Can you hear me over your headset this time?
My headset?
No, over the speakers. I'm going to turn it off if you can.
Yeah, I can.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, are we live yet? We live. Ooh, we're live. Hey, look at that. We got a microphone. Whoop, 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 whoop. Look at that fat ass on the bottom screen in Seattle. That is not what Seattle girls normally look like. Just kidding. Let's see. We have Seattle, we have Portland, we have Chicago. Craig is working on getting me Atlanta. I have a feeling about Atlanta tonight. I think it's going to get hot there. We'll see. Oh, there's Atlanta right there. Good job, Craig. Let's see. I think you got it. Looked like you had Atlanta. We had Atlanta for a minute. Hold on. We'll get it again, I'm sure. Let's see. So, and we did this thing last night, right? And we sat here for, I think, 6.5 hours last night, 6 hours and 40 minutes, something like that. And we watched these protesters be completely peaceful, basically all night long. We did that last night. That's what we did here on this Mox News live show last night. We watched that. And then you go and you look at the news, and it says violent protest, looters, rioters, fires, officers injured, officers shot. You know, it's just all this like this evil doer protesters. Protesters are evil. Even in the Seattle news, I have some clips here. I don't know my list of that, but I have some clips. I have one that's the Seattle news, right? And at the end of the clip, at the end of the news clip, when they're like, you know, oh well, last night the protests were completely peaceful and people stayed late into the night, and then they went home, and you know, and there was no arrest and no injuries, and then they go to the clip and they show people in the street with tear gas, right? And then they go, and then at the end of the clip, you know, at the end of the whole news clip, there's this screen capture, right? And it's got a police car on fire, and it's like the riots or whatever, you know. It's like, look, these people are being completely peaceful. And another one of these local stories, right? They're like, oh, peaceful, completely peaceful protest last night, and then they go, over the weekend there was looting and la 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 la. You know, it's like evil, 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 evil. This is not what these people deserve. These are proud Americans in a proud American tradition of going into the street and demand that their voices be heard. I again, I think that I don't know how, and anyone who tries to fucking, you know, paint them in some other way than proud, brave Americans, there's something wrong with you. Tucker, Trump, maybe it's just all the TR people. There's something seriously wrong with you. Okay? These people are peaceful. They are proud Americans. You should give them the utmost respect. And I hear again and again people shitting on them. Why? Because you love to hate? Is that what it is? You love to hate. I love to fucking hate on people. Ooh, these people are easy target. Look at them. Ooh, I only have to watch Tucker for fucking 5 minutes so I know exactly who to hate. Again, you know, we watch these people and you can see they're just peaceful. They're just walking down the street. The curfews have been lifted in city after city. Not Atlanta, not New York, but Seattle, Portland. Right, there was 20,000 people in the street in Portland last night. And they lift the curfew. And you know why? Because it was completely peaceful. And you know why it was completely peaceful? Because the cops didn't fuck with people. That's why. You know, we got barbecue. We were watching them dance in Oakland last night. Late into the night, they're dancing in the street. Dancing in the street. It was awesome. And that's who the protesters are. And anyone who's painting them any other way is either trying to poison your mind or their mind has already been poisoned. That's all there is to it. And that's the only way I'm ever going to see it when it comes to people in the street in America. Or China, or Hong Kong, or Paris, or London. This is, again, we hold these truths to be self-evident. You have the right. You were born with the right to assemble and speak your mind. I told you Atlanta was going to get hot. They're already working on Atlanta. They are going to be pushing some buttons in Atlanta tonight. I got a serious feeling. All right, so again, this is a call-in show. So if you would like to call, the number is 805-669-6397. 805 Mox News. I should probably tell everyone that we are now live, because that's one of those ways that you get people's attention, in case they didn't already know that we were live. Dang, 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 dang. Okay, let's see. This is... Let's see, and one more. Let's see, one more, hold on. All right, that one, and we have to do one more. Just a sec. What happened to my thing? Where'd my thing go? The fuck is happening? I don't know what the fuck is happening here. That's pretty lame. Why did that happen? That never happens. Very strange. There are strange things going on the YouTube tonight. So you know. Let's see, wait. Go back. Nope, that doesn't do it. Let's see. Alright, hold on. I'll be right there. Just a sec. That's not it. This one right here. Dumbass, go. This thing is being so wonky tonight, man. Don't even get this. Alright, so we're almost ready. Almost. Anybody else ready for a bong hit? Besides this guy? Let's see. Boy, there's a lot of people out in Denver too. I hope Denver stays cool, man. What are they marching on in Chicago? Is that a bridge? That's looking like quite a few people there. Seattle has chilled out quite a bit, I must tell you. There's probably, a couple thousand people there, but last night there was 10,000 people there. And why are there so fewer people tonight? because the cops didn't overreact last night, so the people don't have to come down in force and show the cops who's boss if necessary. In case you cops didn't know, that's why there was so many people there last night, to show you who the boss is. And I guess they did, because you took your little tear gas canisters and kept them stuffed up your fucking ass, didn't you, you piece of shit cops? Good job. Oh my God. I have a video tonight. I'm just going to play this video, okay? I have a video, and I want to show you what kind of piece of shit people cops are, okay? The thing is, right, the cops, right, they on their badges, if you look at cops badges, and you'll see a close-up of the cops badges in this video. If you look at cop badges, what you'll see is that there's a black band that goes right across the top of their number, of the badge number, so you know who that cop is, their badge number. They all have a unique badge number, okay? They have a black band, often just like electrical tape, put across their gold shields that covers up their number. And you know why they have that black band there? Why, if you ask them why it's there, they'll tell you that's a memorial for their fallen comrades. And this is what kind of shitty people cops are, is that they would use the memory of their fallen fellow, soldiers. They would use the memory of that person, of them being killed, to cover up, to hide. Okay, we can use this as a ploy to make it so that people don't know who we are. That is disgusting. You're supposed to be honoring people, and you're honoring them with this evil, dirty trick. That's how disgusting police are. And they don't even know it. They'll probably think, oh yeah, that's what that's about honoring. Fuck you. At least half of them probably that stupid. It's not about that's not how you honor someone. That's how you dishonor someone's memory, by using them to lie and cheat and get away with fucking evil doing by hiding your identity under this memory of these brave fallen soldiers. Fuck you. How could you be such evil fucking cunts? I cannot believe the police who want to honor the memory of their fallen would be so despicable as to honor them in a way which really dishonors them. It's disgusting. You police just get more and more disgusting all the time. It's like you have zero shame. I don't know where they get the people to be police officers, but if you think that's honoring your fallen brethren by using it for a despicable trick to hide your identity, to do your evil bidding, that's disgusting. You cops couldn't be more disgusting human beings. So we're clear. Truly, truly disgusting. Yeah, that's bullshit. HRC, that's bullshit. They're hiding their badge number. They're not standing in solidarity with anybody. If they want to stand in solidarity, you don't do a dirty trick to hide your identity so that you can do your evil bidding, in order to honor someone. That's fucking stupid. I know you're not that fucking stupid, HRC. So we're clear. Alright, I'm ready for a bong hit. I would play that clip for you, but there's other things going on right now, so I'm going to go ahead and take a bong hit, because I am ready for a motherfucking bong hit. Hope you're ready for a motherfucking bong hit, too. Alright, so it looks like there is still a lot of people out all over. Look at in Des Moines, Iowa. Look at that. That is amazing. Right on Iowa. Fuck yeah. That is fucking awesome. I wish I was in Iowa right now. And you will probably never ever hear me say that ever again. Because it's hard to believe anyone ever wishes it there in Iowa. But dang, that is fucking beautiful. I am so proud of you, Iowa. I'm going to get my list of videos. I'll be right back. Alright. I'm back. I got videos. I got serious videos. What do we got here? Badge, Hong Kong, Robert E. Lee statue. Police are to blame for looting. Exactly what I've been telling you for days now. The police are to blame for looting. Okay? That's a quote. The police are to blame for looting. I've been telling you this and telling you this. It is their fault. Because they are spending all their resources and energy stopping peaceful protesters instead of focusing on the crime. Instead of protecting the peaceful protesters and focusing on the evildoers. Woo-hoo! All right, so let's see, where are we at now? Chicago, that's a fuck ton of people in Chicago right there. Those Chicago cops better get the fuck out of the way or they are going to get mowed down. Let's see, Washington, D.C. I can't tell what's going on in Washington, D.C. right now. New York, I saw a lot of people in New York. Portland looks fairly chill. I mean, I think that there's probably quite a few people out there because Portland's like a protest city. You know, you you look at somebody cross-eyed and there's going to be protesters in the street in Portland. But I don't think it's going to be nearly as many as it was last night because they were allowed to protest. Just like in Seattle last night, they were allowed to protest. Oh, and the governor of Washington State wants you getting tested for COVID-19 if you have the sniffles, if you have a sore throat, if you have an achy back. You need to get tested for COVID right now. So you know, I have that video for you too. Because we want to make sure, and I don't want to tell you what to do, but if you need to go to the doctor, go to the doctor. If you don't need to go to the doctor, do not go to the doctor. Okay? That's some really, 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 really good advice. If you do not need to go to the doctor, stay as far the fuck away from the doctor as you can. Trust me on this one. You will probably live much, 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 much longer, would be my bet. Say what to Chicago Cop Space? Say what? Say what? The cops are to blame for looting. I have it right here. There is a. I have a gentleman explaining that right here. Not from me. This is not. Again, this is what I've been telling you for days. Okay, the cops could easily stop that shit. You know, there's thousands and thousands of cops on the street. The cops could easily stop that shit if they weren't spending all their fucking resources fucking with completely peaceful protesters. For no reason except for they can. And it's who they are, really. You know, oh, we gotta fuck with these people. We gotta make sure these people know who's boss. That's the problem, right there. You just hit the nail on the head. Say what to Chicago Cop Space? Cops are to blame for the looting. What's going on in Iowa? Are they dancing? Is that a dance? Are they dancing? Dance and dance and dance and dance and dance and dance and dance? Fuck yeah. Los Angeles, they are marching in the street. I don't know what's going on in New York. I can't tell. We got a strange camera for New York. I can't tell what's going on in Portland. There is a lot of people in Chicago.
You're ready to go to clips. Go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Oakland looks pretty chill. See, these places, if you just leave them alone, they're not going to erupt. If you push them, they're going to erupt. That is not what anarchy means. I wanna be anarchy. Alright, so what shall we use to fill the empty spaces where we used to talk? How shall I feel? You guys gonna make me sing until someone calls? Because I can sing until someone calls. That's what you really want. It is so chill out there. I just don't know how people cannot see how peaceful these people are. You know, it's very difficult to get this many people together and be peaceful. These people are incredibly peaceful, and idiots, complete fucking morons, want to label them otherwise. And it's just ridiculous. It's just buying into the programming, and I will not stand for it. Let's see. So, you want to hear the cops blamed for looting? Should we do the cops blamed for looting video? Or the badge number cover-up video? Which one should we do? Which one? Which one should we do? Which one? Which one? Which one? They're done looting, is that right? Well, in downtown Seattle, there are an awful lot of places to loot still. In downtown Portland, there are an awful lot of places left to loot. So I don't know where it is you think that they're done looting, but that's just stupidity. That's ignorance. What, they got everything they ever wanted, and now they're just going to stay home? It's so sad that you can't give credit to proud, brave Americans where credit is due. Hello, caller.
Good evening, sir. This is YM calling here from Philly.
Hey, YM, how's it going, bro?
It's been a while, man. I've been listening to you and the last couple of days, with all the stuff that's going on. But I'm not really calling about any of it.
Okay.
Because, I don't know, man. It just keeps getting more weird every day,
Oh, yeah.
Every day it gets more crazier.
More like some kind of a movie plot, huh?
Like they're getting ready to unleash something big on the humankind.
Yeah.
The forces would be there. They want to bring in the extraterrestrials into this planet.
You think so?
Oh yeah, definitely. This is one way of doing it. They're getting the public ready for what's to come. It's only going to get crazier because
are the extraterrestrials already here and in hiding, and they want to bring them to the front, or they?
No, we've been trading with them for many years now. They like our beer, man.
I imagine that we have lots of things that they like. I hear they like our rock and roll, actually.
Music too, I don't doubt it, but they like to trade with the humankind. But we as species, we're not ready to meet extraterrestrials. Our mind is equipped with certain limitations,
So you think that people would just snap then?
At least 15% of people will go nuts.
Well, I would say that that percentage is already snapped.
Well, I don't think out of the whole population, 15%, that's a lot of people, man.
Yeah, well, I don't think maybe you're not paying that close attention.
So, I think it's going in a direction that we're not expecting it to go. And the other outcome is civil war because they got the whole country divided.
Yeah, so you think it's going to be like the extraterrestrial thing be like a District 9 thing where like all of a sudden just a giant ship will appear?
No, it'll be like a fake out attack on humankind.
Oh, really?
So
They want to go to war with the aliens? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Oh,
so the aliens, they come and
see, now this makes a lot more sense.
Kick our ass.
That the Pentagon wants to go to war with the alien makes a lot of fucking sense. I can see that happening.
Well, it's going to be a fake war.
Yeah, of course. They all.
So it'll be a fake invasion, okay, and they'll make it seem like the aliens are kicking our asses. We're going to have to mobilize, get the smartest brains to come together.
And Trump will be see what a super genius I am, starting the Space Force.
Space Force, exactly. You like that one? The Space Force. Look, the whole NASA thing is all over this. I find it very amusing because the aliens are already here.
Well, that's what I just said. That's what I said. Are they already here? And it's just like
they've been here.
But I mean, you're saying that they trade with us. I mean, I'm saying, are they living here and they're working and interacting amongst us, and we don't realize it?
They're commuting. They're commuting here for business.
Yeah.
Just like we would commute for business.
Yeah.
So we have certain things that they like to purchase, and it just opens up a whole, universe of enterprise. We buy from them certain things that we need. They buy from us what they like, because if you like it or not, we're as humans, we're perfectionists. We like to perfect certain things. We like to, take a car and make it better.
Well, I think what you're calling perfectionist is more an artistic thing. I think that's really what the aliens see in humans, is that they kind of make art out of everything. Like food, real basic shit is fucking art, And it's, I mean, it's like on an everyday basis, the way we make food and stuff, as and music and all these other things. But I think that that's one of the big things that aliens appreciate about humans is that we create in a way that they don't see a whole lot.
Yeah, if they don't bring that to the aspect of this world, if they don't bring something else into the mix, we're at the point where history constantly repeats itself. We had civil war in the past; people died.
Mm-hmm.
And right now they're dividing the nation. Okay. In such a way where one side is standing with these people and the other side is standing with with those people, and once you have division like that, the only outcome that can come out of that is war. And we already see it play out here and there. People hurting other people. It's been like that for centuries. It just keeps repeating itself. It doesn't matter who's wrong or who's right. What matters is it possible for all humankind, or to go back to the Dark Ages? How real is it? I think it's very possible. Everything we achieve with civilization could be gone.
It's not possible to go back to the Dark Ages. We have to move forward, or else everything on the planet dies.
Well, it's that, or we have to revert back to where we developed on, and then it'll take us hundreds, maybe thousands of years to get back to where we were. One nuclear war can take care of that.
Yeah, but there's already so many. See, people don't understand. Like 4 or 5 nuclear bombs detonated in the right spots basically assures nuclear winter for like the next 100 years. There is no life after that. 4 or 5 nuclear bombs go off. There is no life on this planet. It's done. There's no nuclear war. There is no nuclear war. There is no surviving nuclear war.
Well, so basically, there will be some survivors, but it will take a very long time to get back to everything. And we as people, we need to understand that we have to work for the common good, and work together to achieve something better, okay? If we continue this argument and division and, this person is right, this person is wrong, and, a lot of people tend to butt heads over it, this is fair, this is not fair, but where are we going? If we continue going in the same direction, hey, we're going to end up in that direction. Eventually we'll get there unless we change something,
you gotta keep moving forward. That's one of the main things for me is just, march or die. Keep moving forward, man.
Yeah, if you keep moving forward, it depends where you're going. If you're steering into a certain disaster, you're going to end up, in a disaster. But now, if you're going towards a bad outcome, you have to change the direction that you're headed in. You can't just continue on the same path of that disaster.
All I'm saying is you gotta hold your head up and keep moving forward. You gotta keep, because we don't move backwards, dude. We don't walk backwards. We're forward walking people, okay? So we get up, we stand upright, we hold our heads high, we hold our chest out, and we move forward. Okay, that's what we do. That's the only option we have. Any other option is not viable.
There's always, we think with our minds that we have choices. We react to certain things in certain ways because we think that for some reason, this is how they make us feel. But all those emotions and all the feelings, everything that we experience, it all happens inside our mind, okay? Everything we know just happens in our brains.
Well, the way we experience things seems to be somewhat a chemical reaction in our brains.
Yes. And
I've told people again and again, when you're thinking about the past, it's not what actually happened. It's this chemical reaction that's going on in your brain that's trying to reassemble things the way that it, but it's not what actually happened.
The number one product that we sell to the universe.
What's that?
That we sell the most of is weapons.
That's surprising. I would think it would be
how much we developed on killing each other. Over centuries.
I would think it would be slaves.
No, it's actually weapons. They sell trillions and trillions of dollars of weapons to the universe. There's some Martians flying around shooting AKs in other galaxies. But it's if you choose to believe or not. Most people become believers once they see it. Okay, so I would like to end at this note because I want you to get back to the rioting and all that other stuff to try to portray and shove it down our heads. All of us who watch this nonsense, this media just steers all of it into a certain way, so you think a certain way, so you feel a certain way. But when you clear your mind out of all of that, the only thing that's left is your worldly experience. That's the only thing that's left is you and the presence of this existence, this flesh body that will perish typically within 100 years. If you take that divided by the days, that's 36,500 days if you live 100 years long. Most people don't live 200.
Yeah.
So 36,500 days, that's not a lot of days. And I wish people spend more time understanding each other and
empathy is the key. Empathy is the key.
To each other,
empathy is the key.
Yes, love, just like Jesus said, love. Love thy neighbor. Okay?
Yeah.
And love and peace.
Okay.
But it's not our nature. History proves us otherwise.
Okay. Well, it is our nature. It's bred out of us and beat out of us, okay? I played a video. I've posted videos that children are born filled with empathy. And from day one, this fucked up world, not the world itself, but the society fucking beats it out of them, okay? People are born filled with empathy. And it's the society and the way things are that doesn't want us to have it, that teaches us not to feel those things.
There's truth to that.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna disagree with that.
All right.
All right. But
all right, YM, it's good to hear from you, man.
I want to leave you on a good note, man. I want to leave you with something that
well, make it quick. I got stuff to say, so make it quick.
Okay, man. I just want to say that we're all people and stop hating each other. That's all I want to say. I'm gonna make it quick.
Okay.
Have a good day, guys. Good night.
Bye. Thanks for calling. All right. So where is this video, Craig? Where is this at?
We are looking at Buffalo, New York earlier today. I was wondering why Buffalo was blowing up on Twitter. Now we know. They shoved this guy, and he looks like he busted his head open. And then the cop
that just fucking basically killed him just walks away like it's nothing.
Yeah, he just looks down at him, and then they wouldn't even let
him. He looks down at him, and he sees the blood spilling all over the sidewalk, and decides he had better walk away. Okay, watch closely. No, we don't need audio. See? He looked down and he saw the blood. You can see the blood right there coming out of his head. The minute he looks down and goes, oh shit, I better get out of here.
And dude's hand goes limp. Watch his cell phone drop out of his hand. That dude
this is again who cops are. Okay? They don't give a fuck. They could have. That man needed immediate assistance. That man needed immediate assistance. And they just and the cop who fucking did that to him ran away like a fucking criminal, which is exactly what they are.
You can't have video of this. Get your camera down, NPR. No, we can't have any video of this. Fuck those guys.
Okay, I just, needs to be fucking clear. Are you clicking on something? Okay. All right. Craig just found that video again. He was wondering why the Buffalo was blowing up on the Twitter, and that's the Buffalo police. And basically, like it says in the caption there, the police could have killed this man. You know, they saw blood spilling out of his head, and instead of trying to help him, the cop who did that ran away. You watched it, okay? Not only are they shitty human beings, they're chicken shit. You know, and not one cop tried to stop him and say, you know, they have a duty to fucking take care of criminals. That man is a criminal. He needs to go to jail now. Okay? That guy was no threat. Again, this is what I say, what you guys have heard me say dozens and dozens of times. When it's one cop, if it's an individual, you know, they can be okay. If there's more than one, they are fucking like pit bulls, man. You do not take your eyes off them, and you do not let them into your world at all. Not that pit bulls are bad, but the cops fucking sure as hell are. And we just showed it, okay? If you don't know it, then you don't want to, right? Because that's what we do here. You know, we make clear what's happening. This is the world. This is why the people are on the streets. They don't want to be in the streets. This is not to be shoulder to shoulder, you know, during the plague. They don't want this. And the cops act like they can do no wrong. Right? Again and again and again, we've seen it. They refuse to admit there's even a problem. We just watched a bunch of cops walk past that guy who got pushed down by a cop for no reason and immediately begin to bleed out. And we just watched cops just walk by. And in fact, they didn't do nothing. What they did was make sure that the NPR camera stopped rolling. That the NPR camera stopped. What are you doing? No, I'm not. Okay. The NPR cameras, okay, that was what, instead of helping this person who desperately needed help, and we want to talk about what great heroes the cops are, day and night. Oh no, the cops are heroes. Cops are heroes, they actually help people. That man desperately needed help, and you watched him lay there and just bleed and bleed and bleed, and not one cop reached out to him. Okay? In fact, the most important thing to do at that point was to make sure that the camera got shut off. Because we can't document what horrible pieces of shit we are. We can't allow that to happen in the land of the free. Alright, so this is where we're at, people. This is why the people are in the streets. If you don't know why they're in the streets, then you don't care. You don't want to know. You don't give a fuck about the truth. Right? You want to just live in your copsucker world. and you know, try and pretend somehow that they're the real heroes. Not these brave, proud Americans who are going out there with their little peace signs. You know, they're not the real heroes, right? Standing up to these fucking incredible bullies who will fucking bloody your skull and leave you there on the sidewalk to bleed out. While they make sure no cameras are filming. Oh yeah, those are the real heroes. Those are the real heroes. What's wrong with you? Get a fucking clue. We all want cops that we can look at like they're heroes. There is probably nothing more the black mothers across America want than cops that they can look at like they're genuinely heroes, like they're going to save their child's life. That's not how they look at them. They have to warn their children that cops are like great white sharks that can go anywhere and fucking chop you in half and destroy your life on a moment's notice. We all want cops that we can look at like we're heroes. We deserve that. How many times have I said, the American people, the working class deserve this? These assholes want to act like we're the problem. And anybody else who wants to join them and think somehow that the protesters are the problem, you're assholes too. You go cop suck somewhere else. I'm good with that. Ooh. That looks like a good one. Alright, I need a cup of tea, guys. Alright, so is everybody doing good here? I'm going to play a video for you now about these cops covering up their badges. Okay, this is about the Seattle protest, and we'll talk about how the police chief has given orders now that the cops have to display their badge numbers, right? But you know, it's in the middle of the video. It's about 4 minutes long, and they talk about how, you know, this is that this black piece of electrical tape that covers up their badge number is a fucking is a sign of solidarity with their fallen brothers. You know, and what it is a way to hide their evil doings, and they use the memory of their fallen brethren. They use the memory of those brave people who went before them and died to do evil. That's who the cops are. You just watched it, man. You just watched them basically kill a person and just walk away. Like it didn't matter one bit. You just watched it. Alright, I'm going to play this badge number thing for you, and I'm going to go get my tea, and I'll be right back, and we'll take a caller.
At 11th and Pine, we're right outside the East Precinct here. And one of the reasons why things changed is because the city and the police chief and the mayor basically lifted the curfew that was supposed to start at 9 o'clock last night, and they were lifting that curfew going forward. It was supposed to stay in effect every 9 o'clock, starting every 9 o'clock through Saturday. But they felt that they've been having a good enough dialogue with demonstrators. They can do that, and there hasn't been any looting since Saturday. I just want to show you what we're looking at. So this is the intersection, 11th and Pine right now. It's very familiar. You can see the police officers up the hill a little bit. That's right in front of the East Precinct that they've been defending for the last several nights. What's different, you can't see right now, what's different is that there are no police officers at the barricade that's been separating the officers and the demonstrators. So there's the barricade, but no officers are there standing right behind them. Now, this was the scene last night where police and the National Guard took positions further back from that movable metal barricade. In previous nights, they were closer, and that created contentious face-to-face confrontations between police and protesters. Police have made it clear they're not going to give up the ground in front of the precinct. That barricade is where both sides have been dug in for the last few nights. Now, in previous nights, there was shorter triggers, the poking of an umbrella and the hurling of a water bottle at police. That led to flashbangs and pepper spray that sent protesters scrambling. This afternoon, the mayor talked about the changes.
Every night, Chief Best has worked with her commanders and officers to adjust their approach, to see what they can do further to de-escalate, like moving barriers further down a hill so there's more room to spread out, and creating more distance between officers and demonstrators, communicating more with the crowd, relying on help from those who are there peacefully to stop someone who might be throwing something at officers.
Now, the demonstrators appear to have done their part, policing their side of the barricade and removing people who have been trying to provoke a reaction with police, even booing fireworks as they're lit. The police chief is also ordering officers to move their morning tape on their badge so it won't cover up the officer's badge number. Protesters have complained that the police have been hiding their identity and that badge number, making it hard to report examples of alleged excessive force. Now, protesters want police to turn on the body cameras as well, and today the mayor said that she would endorse that, but there's a long history of that not happening when it comes to First Amendment protests like this. A lot of civil rights activists have been arguing against that, so it's city policy not to turn on cameras when there's a First Amendment march like the one behind me. So whether that's going to happen immediately is unclear. Mary?
Matt, as far as the size of the crowd, this is a significantly smaller group, right?
Yes, this is about, I'd say about 200 to 300 people, and it was just joined by about 50 or 60 people that had just marched up from Westlake Center. They just got here about 2 or 3 minutes ago. The smaller rally there, they've decided to join this crowd. So there's about 400 maybe with that addition, almost 400 people here. Very quiet. And again, Mary, what's most important, Mary, is the police are way back right now and respecting the distance between them and the protesters.
All right, Matt, thank you very much. Let's go live to Commonwealth's Patrick Quinn, who is also on Capitol Hill right now. Patrick, tell us about where you are and describe the scene there.
Hey guys, we're at 11th and Pine, and we actually joined the group at Westlake before they marched all the way over here. You can see a noticeably smaller crowd, but a crowd nonetheless. It is the 7th day of protesting, and it was interesting to listen in on some of these protesters at Westlake, kind of talking and really taking a moment to catch their breath after what's been a very long week, obviously, as dramatically emotional. But they were insistent in marching from here to Cal Anderson Park and to this East Precinct where we think, again, another crowd joined. We'll watch it closely from here on the ground, a little bit smaller, but still definitely impassioned. Maybe just everyone catching their breath just a little bit after what's been a very chaotic last few days, certainly here. But we'll watch it closely. Back to y'all.
All right, Patrick, thank you. Today.
All right, so let's see what we got here. Where is that? Portland. Portland is packing them in again. Look at that. They are so packing it in Portland. Look at them. Oh my God, there's so many people in Portland. Hello, caller.
Mike, it's JK.
Hi, Katrinka.
How you doing?
I am good. How are you doing?
I'm doing just fine. Hey, I need to point out, you have the best team. Seriously. Where can I find a Craig? What the hell?
Yeah, good luck with that, man. Craig is irreplaceable.
So look, I put Jamora, who's on my team, on a plane earlier. He's on his way to Las Vegas.
Huh.
We've been gathering footage from LA, footage from Kansas City. Now we're getting footage from Vegas. I'm going to be getting some footage from New York. We're going to be feeding that to you. I don't expect you to be able to pilfer through it as quick as we're sending it, totally unedited or anything like that. But essentially, it's just to document the things I know. And I wanted to call you and just give you a tiny little update into what I know with my actual human on-the-ground eyes.
Excellent. Excellent.
So I noticed a couple little things. First of all, I know that not everybody's city can say this, but my city, we're known for having gatherings of 800,000 people and no arrests. We don't tear up our public areas. I have witnessed murder on the plaza once, in Westport once, been there when somebody got mowed down, and those bars didn't close. Everybody went back to normal. So it's weird that our cops are boarding things up. But here's the thing I noticed. I went out the night before last, and while the television sets were telling everybody that people were gathered, that there were 100 to 200 people, that's the quote, for the same time frame. I drove through the neighborhoods, and I have 2 cars full, worth of cameras to corroborate. There was nothing but cops. I counted every vehicle. We tried to get as many plate numbers as we could, but here's the 2 weird things we noticed. There was no crowd. And the second thing is all the boarded up signs, like not signs, but they put the plywood up over the windows.
Sure.
When plywood comes out, it gets stamped before it goes on a pallet. You know what plywood came from the same pallet.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, all of the plywood was ordered together, which I'm not saying in and of itself is a conspiracy, but my news stations are reporting that all these business owners went out and were having to, on their own dime, board that up themselves. How is that possible if they all came off the same pallet?
Right. they all got the same stamp on them. They all came from the same place.
They do, man. I couldn't believe it. I've never seen anything like it. I didn't expect to see what I saw. I didn't expect to not find the crowd. I didn't expect it. But I knew that something, and again, I don't know what these things mean, but I'm just trying to give everybody a little bit of insight into what I can see on the ground in my town so that you guys can maybe look on the ground in your town and see what it is that you see with your human eyes.
Well,
turn off that television.
One thing that it means, Katrinka, is that we're being lied to. And that's one of the things that is so important, is that we have to recognize that we're being lied to, and that we're being lied to for a reason, and that and that it's not a good thing. It's a very, very it's like
have you had anybody talk about the bricks? Do you know about the piles of bricks?
Yeah, I posted a video about the bricks last night.
I must have missed that.
Yeah,
these are tripping me out, man. That's put there by the cops.
Yeah. The video that I did last night was from the Canadian channel, and they said that the bricks were there before the protest started.
Why? That doesn't explain shit. So you put them out early? Okay. Okay.
But yeah,
wow.
I have that. I'll give you a link to that video so you can see.
You know what? What a monumental time. What a monumental time. And one day this war is going to end. Isn't that right, Mike?
It's got to end. It's got to. We don't there. I can't find a different place inside of me that will allow any other answer.
On a personal note, I just want to throw this out there too. I was telling Craig, I know I've been calling you guys from a lot of random telephone numbers, and that kind of is going to keep. That's going to be like an ongoing thing. I've been having an issue with a stalker for a few months now.
Oh, lame.
And the interesting thing about that is this stalker is somebody I testified against over a decade ago.
Yeah.
And the police just don't have time to look it up because of all the protests. Before that, it was because of all the COVID cooties.
Fucking cops.
So I am following the advice of my security. I have the best security on the planet, and
are you getting threats, or are you getting threats?
Oh yeah.
Okay, so you have a way to protect yourself?
Of course I do. I'm from Missouri, baby.
Okay.
I was just telling Craig I'm 85% with hand toss ski.
Okay, good.
Plus, I have a Dom. I have the best security on the planet. Like I said, he won't let me pull the trigger. So I'm not that worried about myself on a personal level. I really just wanted to let everybody know that it is not my intention to be extra squirrely. I'm not so paranoid as to not be able to call you from my cell phone. I'm just too paranoid to have a cell phone with a stalker on the list. That's all.
Hey, girl, you got to do what you got to do. That's all there is to it.
It's true. Well, I have one more question for you. Just one.
Okay.
I want to know, what is the craziest conspiracy theory that you've heard this year? It could be about COVID. It could be about the riots. I just want to know, what is the most off-the-chain conspiracy theory Mike's heard this year? So I know you hear them all.
I think the somehow tying the COVID and the 5G stuff together seemed really fucking crazy to me. But I don't know, the way they talk about it, the way they tie it together, you never know. I mean, it's like basically you start off with one bullshit lie, and then you bring in this thing that everybody's fucking, talking about. And it's like, that seems like one of the really big ones to me. But I don't know that it's a lie or whatever,
See, now I love that. I knew that was going to happen. My money was on, even when he answers me, he's not going to be sure it's a real conspiracy. Okay, well, I'm going to look more into that, because I think there's probably something to that. I'm going to keep collecting up footage. I'm going to keep wishing everybody the best, and I hope you have a fabulous night. I'm going to keep listening. If anybody wants to shout out at me, I'll be available in the text for a while, but like I said, I don't have any of my normal channels of contact. So if anybody's looking for me through a normal channel and can't find me, and you don't know where I stay, it's probably best we just don't talk. So I'll see everybody when I see him.
Hey, it's good to hear from you, JK, and stay safe, okay?
You too. Bye, Mike.
All right, talk to you soon. Bye. That's our buddy Katrinka. It's always good to hear from her, and it's good to know that she has a proper security around her, especially in these crazy times. And it's gonna be awesome to get a bunch of footage from her. Maybe we'll have to do a little documentary about what's going on in the streets of America. Oh, this guy's painting. Where's that tunnel, Craig? The Los Angeles one, where is that? They must have wireless in that tunnel. Oh, huh. Yeah, I don't recognize it in Los Angeles, so. Let's see. All right. So everybody's chill. This is the entire thing, dude. These people just want to be chill. They're not looking for trouble. And that's what bothers me about people acting like somehow, they are the problem, because they're not looking for trouble. They don't want to. The last thing any of these people want to do is have to fucking go head to head with some fucking heavily armed, trigger happy cop in his stormtrooper gear. Okay? With the fucking 4-foot pole that he's gonna fucking focus on your wrist and your elbows and your knees and your fucking ankles, so that you have permanent injury, so that you always remember when he beat the shit out of you. These people are beautiful, man. I love it. I keep thinking, I wish I was out there. I really wish I was doing. Somebody should be doing like a coffee table book, of just fucking close-up portraits of people with their mask on out at the protest, just like a single person or maybe two people with their mask on, so you can just basically see their eyes and they're out at the protest. I think that would just make an awesome coffee table book. I'm not going to get out there and make that happen, so I hope someone else is. That's why I put that idea out there. Okay, so that's Washington, D.C., and the space that just got covered up there. Where's that? Portland is rocking it. Look at Portland. Oh, man. Des Moines. I have never been so proud of Des Moines, Iowa in my whole life. Okay, we don't need to look at that guy. Do we? And this one is below me is Washington, D.C. I'm not sure. Is that Portland up in the right-hand corner? I'm not sure where that is. Got to keep an eye on Atlanta. Ooh, Sacramento's packing them into the street. Let's see.
So those guys just came up out of the tunnel. That must be a tunnel under the city of LA. I was unaware because I'm seeing a billboard on the side with the 213 area code. So that is Los Angeles.
I never recognized that tunnel either. I don't know that one. All right, so let's see. What do we got? It's a call-in show. If anyone wants to call, the number's right there on the screen, 805-669-6397. It's always about getting your voices, into the discussion if you want. No one's pushing it. And we can talk about whatever you want. We can talk about the extraterrestrials taking over if you want. It wouldn't be the first time tonight. Okay, so, Los Angeles, Des Moines. I love you, Des Moines. I love you, Des Moines. Let me tell you right now, I am so proud of Des Moines, Iowa. I don't think I've ever said those words before in my life. Chicago. Charlotte, Des Moines. Man. Remember those protesters in Boise the other night? I so wanted to be part of that. That looked like so much fun. Hello, caller.
I tell you, these protests are making me so hot.
Right on.
They're so sexy. All these guys walk around no shirts on.
I guess. I don't really see that.
So hot. I want to go.
You should go.
Get on my knees.
Go.
Yeah, I just want to get on your knees, boy. I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to do it.
Yeah, go. Do it.
Totally. I mean, this is what this is all about, right?
Man, I don't know. I don't think it's all about that.
And opening your mouth.
Yeah. Well, if you're a cop sucker, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
You a cop sucker? Are you a cop sucker?
Yeah.
Oh, good.
It's all about. It's all about being submissive.
Well, I don't think these people standing up to, heavily armed, militarized police state that can't stand to be talked back to are exactly submissive.
I think, but did you see them getting on their knees to the protesters?
Yeah, they're begging the cops not to shoot them.
No, the cops got on their knees.
Yeah, fuck the cops. The cops are full of shit.
That was so hot. It was like, yeah, I want some of that action right there.
Well, I'm sure there's a place for you where there's lots of cops.
It's like a hot cop get on his knees, and just like, yeah.
All right.
Let's go. Let's do it.
All right.
You got the handcuffs,
Yeah, and the stick. Okay, thanks for calling.
So it's like a big gay ritual, isn't it?
In the cops, with the cops, kind of it is, but the people are standing up, dude. The people are coming together to make their voices heard as one. And it's a beautiful thing.
Okay. That's what a party pooper.
Okay.
I was so psyched.
All right.
Now you're just like,
All right. I seriously doubt that guy is gay. But let's see. Where are we at here? Des Moines is rocking it. Charlotte, North Carolina. You see those people? They are hopping and jumping, and they have their arms linked. Tell me that's in the time of plague. All these people have their arms linked, walking shoulder to shoulder, united. Tell me, how can that not be a beautiful thing in America? How can you not love what you are seeing? It's amazing. I love it. It fills my soul with hope and joy. So let's keep an eye on Des Moines and Charlotte. I kind of wish I was in Charlotte right now. Looks like there's more people there. But Des Moines looks awesome, dude. I am so proud of you guys right now. Let's see. LA, I don't want to be in LA. Seattle, I love Seattle. I don't want to be in Seattle right now. But Charlotte looks awesome. Des Moines looks awesome. Oh, I got this lovely dab ready to go. Look at this one. Can you see it? Can you see it? Does it sparkle? Make it sparkle. Sparkle for me. Sparkle for me. Come on. Oh. It's so beautiful. Oh, it's going to be so good. So we'll have that to look forward to momentarily. But for now, oh, there's Atlanta. All right, got me down. Okay, Atlanta is like I said, I got a feeling Atlanta might get hot tonight. So let's hope it stays cool. But we already saw this evening what it is the police do. We are to watch them basically murder a guy and then run away because they're fucking horrible human beings. So don't ever forget that. Please don't ever forget that. That's what we're dealing with. That's who these incredibly brave people are dealing with. These righteous protesters in the street with with their righteous fucking issue. Justice now. We need justice reform. There has been nothing. The drug war has to end. The cops need to back the fuck up. They don't need to be dressed from head to toe in Imperial Stormtrooper gear and then acting like Imperial Stormtroopers. That's what happens. You put on combat gear and all of a sudden you're in a combat mindset. Okay? That is not how we want our local police to be. So, where did Atlanta go? Where'd it go? Oh, it's right there. I see it. Okay. So we'll keep an eye on that. I'm going to go heat up my tea. I'll be right back. Hey, Bubba. Hey, Bubba. I'll be right back. really on it when you pulled it up. You could send it live, and then it could switch. I mean, I can play a video. I can do that. You want me to play a video? What does that say? What was that? The fuck is that? Why the fuck is that on my screen? Whatever that was, there was some stupid thing up there. Let's see. Alright, I can play a video. If you guys want to see a video, you want to see a video of Robert E. Lee's statue coming down. You want to see video of police blamed for looting. Because you're going to see that video tonight for sure. Or you can leave and you don't have to see it. But I'm playing that video. Let's see. Louisville cops murder restaurant owner. 6 cops charged in Atlanta for that arrest where they broke open the windows of the car and tased the woman and they tased the driver for apparently no reason whatsoever. Except for they're fucking assholes and they think that they can. Those people were arrested. Let's see. And basically it's just I also have a video about Tacoma police, which is just south of Seattle. And the coroner today in Tacoma just ruled police killing there homicide in the same fashion, and he was killed in the same fashion as George Floyd, apparently. So I have a video about that also. I can play those for you. Let's see, we got Charlotte. Charlotte's cool. Des Moines is cool. Seattle's cool. Sacramento's cool. Los Angeles is cool. We're good right now. All right, I'm going to play. Which video should we play? Hong Kong protesters? You want to see Hong Kong protesters? Robert E. Lee statue? Huh? How about Mad as slams Trump? Okay, I'm going to play Tacoma police. Wait a minute. What's happening in Washington, D.C.? Tacoma police killed a man there, ruled homicide today by the coroner in the same fashion that George Floyd was killed. I figured you guys probably want to see that, or should probably see it one way or the other.
The Tacoma City Council will meet tomorrow to possibly ask Governor Inslee to order an independent review over the death of Manny Ellis. Ellis died in early March after being restrained by Tacoma police. KOMO's Steve McCarran is live in Tacoma, and Steve, Ellis's family, they're looking for answers.
Yeah, they sure are, Mary. Manny Ellis died near this corner here 3 months ago yesterday, and all of the candles and signs and flowers that you see here, those are left behind from a vigil that was held here last night to call for justice in this case. Today, Ellis's family held a press conference outside the Pierce County Superior Courthouse, along with representatives of the NAACP and the Tacoma Action Collective. They called for an independent investigation by the State Attorney General's office. They do not believe investigators and city and county officials are being transparent enough about what happened to Ellis, and they want to see the 4 officers involved be fired and arrested. Those officers have all been placed on paid administrative leave for a second time after the county medical examiner determined that Ellis's death was a homicide. The medical examiner found Ellis died of respiratory arrest due to hypoxia because of physical restraints. He also had meth in his system and had an enlarged heart. Ellis's mother told us today she wants answers and she wants accountability.
As a mother, you can never imagine what it's like to bury your son, to look down in his eyes. My heart hurt.
Right now, the Pierce County Sheriff's Office is conducting the investigation into what happened. They say Ellis flagged down Tacoma police officers for help the night of March 3rd after he tried to open car doors. Deputies say he then assaulted a police officer, and during a struggle, officers were able to handcuff him. At one point, he told them he could not breathe. Investigators said that medics arrived and performed CPR on Ellis's body for more than 30 minutes, but he did not survive. An attorney representing Ellis's family said today there is no reason that he had to die. Mary, back to you.
Steve, any idea when prosecutors might get the case?
Well, I did talk with the Pierce County Sheriff's Office about that today, and they do expect to collect all of their findings and present those to the county prosecutor's office by sometime next week. Also today, I want to show you this here. This was a photo that was released by the Pierce County Sheriff's Office of two cars that were in the area of 96th and Ainsworth back on the night of March 3rd. They left before officers arrived. Investigators want to identify the drivers of those cars. A woman driving the first dark-colored car, the driver of a second white car, possibly named Dion, and a third car not pictured in that photo there. Apparently a silver sedan, possibly a Chrysler 300. If you know anything about the two people that were in those cars, you're asked to call the Pierce County Sheriff's Office. Mary, back to you.
All right, Steve, thank you very much.
Talking to me? Okay. I have a cookie. And I have tea. So, yeah. Okay. So, you guys saw the video. You should keep that video available, Craig, if you can, because I think we should probably play that video again. Not that it's something that I want to focus on, but it's very, very important. The video from Buffalo of the cop shoving the man, and then the man immediately beginning to bleed, and the cops just walking past him, and immediately, I mean, the cop looks down, sees him bleeding, and then goes, "I better get the fuck out of here," and fucking walks away.
And it's not a head wound. That is blood coming out of his ear.
And it's bleeding hard out his ear. There's literally a puddle of blood in seconds. So, and then they lied about it and said that he tripped. Craig just brought up an article from Raw Story where the cop said that he tripped. Okay? That guy didn't trip. He was shoved. And then the cops just walked away. It's pure evil. It shows exactly what kind of pure evil the police are.
Right after it happens, they're handcuffing another guy and then shoving the NPR camera down. It's stupid. You want me to put that back up again?
I want it to be available to go to. Let's see. All right. Let's see. So Charlotte looks freaking awesome. Let's see. Charlotte looks freaking awesome, dude. Sacramento actually looks pretty awesome too. I'm not a big fan of California, But it looks like a very nice evening in Sacramento, that is for sure. What's happening in Seattle? There's a lot of people still on the streets in Seattle. I did not think there would be quite that many tonight in Seattle. There was not this many this afternoon, as there was yesterday. Yesterday was just, the whole place was swamped. That's Seattle right below me. Let's see. That's Seattle right behind me. Motorcycle cops in Los Angeles. If anybody wants to call, the number is 805-669-6397. You are very welcome to call at any time, and we can discuss whatever you like. We are primarily focusing on protest because the people in the protest are beautiful, proud Americans who are exercising their constitutional rights to assemble in the streets and demand that their representative government hear their voices. And curfews have been lifted across the country. I mean, not in New York, not in Washington D.C., but in I think in Los Angeles they lifted the curfew. I'm not positive, but I think they did. In Seattle the curfew's lifted. In Portland the curfew's lifted. Because and you know why they lifted in Seattle? Because if you tell me I can't do this, you're wrong. And I guess now that you're telling me I can't, I have to prove to you that you are wrong. Because otherwise you're going to somehow think that you can tell me what it is that I'm supposed to do day in, day out. And that's just not going to happen. You are wrong. Because otherwise you're going to somehow think that you can tell me what it is that I'm supposed to do day in, day out. And that's just not going to happen. Hello?
Hello?
What's happening?
Good morning, Vietnam. I just got up. Is the world still here?
Yeah, for the time being.
Yeah. Well, another beautiful day. I had an excellent day in the sun. I'm sure I'm full of vitamin D3 because I spent the whole day in the sun. It was awesome. Awesome.
Right on.
So I really just called because I didn't want to listen to Pete. So I called instead. I know that's mean, but I actually called to talk about crowd psychology, gang psychology, and group psychology. So I do have, I'm been getting out of bed, and I didn't see you post that video, but I think you did. It's from Buffalo, the police officer.
Oh no, I didn't post that video, but we played it here, but I didn't post it on the website yet.
Oh, well, I didn't see you play it, but I got out of bed long enough to catch Craig's tweet URL, and then I caught it on Twitter, and now I got it on YouTube, and I watched it several times. It's WBFO, wherever I guess that's Buffalo. BFO is Buffalo.
Makes sense.
Yeah. So, yeah, and then I saw on the Twitter that they said a man tripped and fell.
Yeah.
So I watched it several times, and he hit his head pretty good. The blood was going into the cracks and stuff. I'm sure I didn't catch it on your live stream, but I watched it several times. Yeah, he hit his head pretty fucking good, and he dropped his phone. You see him drop his phone real gently.
And the fucking cops bend down and see that he's bleeding, and then immediately rush away.
That's what you call a pussy. That's a pussy.
That's a fucked up individual is what it is.
And so, seeing that gang, and that was a gang, looked to be about 25 gang members right there with their bulletproof vests on and their helmets.
It's a big, tough gang.
reminded me, man, these guys are so unaware that they are in a gang and that there is a gang psychology, a group psychology, and this type of psychology was mapped out scientifically fucking 75 years ago, and it still applies, and hardly anybody knows about it. You know, when, let's say I'm a professional football player or a high school football player for that matter, and I'm in the locker room and I'm getting my shin pads on and my shoulder pads on and I'm getting my jersey on and my uniform, my excellent fucking cleats, and I put my helmet on and I'm running out the fucking gym door down to the field, and I'm with my buddies and I'm preparing myself.
You're fucking pumped up. You can't wait to see some action.
Right, yeah. I'm developing internally a psychology for a soft warfare, right? It's as hard as you can get it. It's full contact, and there's no weapons unless you pull a Adam Sandler and throw the football straight at somebody's nuts. Remember that movie? But there's no weapons in football. It's not like hockey where you can use your stick and fucking whack somebody in the face. Hockey's a little bit more brutal. But the thing is, the psychology is the same. When you're putting on that uniform and you're going to go do battle out on the gridiron, I guess they call it, the football field, it's the same as the cops suiting up in their war room, and they're checking their bear spray, and they're checking their batons, and they're making sure their gun is loaded and their radio is on, and they're putting the morning tape on their badge. They're putting the morning tape on their badge for good reasons, Michael. Yeah, right. That's the biggest line of bullshit I've ever heard. I mean, and if you've ever had to go single-handedly up against a gang, which I have, and I have actually done it probably more than most people could even imagine, you quickly realize that these gang members, they're pussies. Their strength is in their numbers, but one-on-one, oh man, they are fucking pussies. If they don't have fucking backup, they will fucking run. And a lot of times they'll run even if they're in a gang. Now, police are a little bit different because they're got the quote-unquote law on their side, and they got their bulletproof vests, and they're wearing a helmet and a face shield, and you're not. And so that's a little bit different of a dynamic. Well, the warfare strategy enters into going up against police. And so you've got... in the streets right now, you've got two different strategies. One is a military strategy, and they're talking about how do we get the guys out of this area and how do we corral them. And there's all kinds of military strategies we've seen play out on the streets of America for decade after decade, especially since Occupy Wall Street. We got really accustomed to police strategies. I saw it at Occupy LA. They actually did the sneak attack at Occupy LA on the... Let's see, what was it? Sunday night was a bust. So on a Friday night, they didn't have the manpower. They had 800 cops, and we had about 7,000 protesters. There's no way they could get rid of us. They didn't have the manpower. So the most they could do is chase us into the park. But then for the next 2 days, see, if you know LA City Hall, you got big-ass stairs on the front, and then you got big-ass stairs on the back. And then there's a basement that nobody really knew about. And so for 2 days, you had cops walking 2, 3, 5 at a time up into the City Hall, but they weren't coming out. And they were all congregating in the basement, getting ready for their second assault, which was a sneak attack. So they, just like a military strategist, they hit us from the front again with at least 800 cops. They'd more than, what was the numbers on the Sunday night? I think the numbers were 2,500 cops and less protesters, maybe less than 3,000. So they had us beat because one-on-one the cops are tougher than the protesters. But they came up from the basement of the LA City Hall into the center of the camp, Plus, they hit the camp from the outside. So I saw the military strategy play out. Smart cops at Occupy Wall Street. I happened to be hanging out with the fucking, I think, KNBC and the head of the police department and his sergeant and I can't remember if the mayor did not show up. Mayor showed up later, but I happened to be right there in the middle of it. And so you're seeing military strategies being played out, but also underneath that is gang psychology, and people don't understand that in a gang, you know, you lose your identity in a gang, and that's what's going on with these cops. They've given up their personal identity, and any individual, anyone who stands strong and immovable as an individual is stronger than any gang member. I've seen one girl with a flower back up 5 cops. They were literally going backwards from this girl with the flower. And she was in her spirit, walking forward with the flower extended, and they didn't know what to do with that. The girl was so strong.
Yeah.
So there, you know, it doesn't matter if we're talking about riots on the streets of America or just the social club at your local, in your local town. Don't give up your identity for a gang. I haven't done it for the New Agers in my town. I'm catching all kinds of flack because I'm speaking the truth to a bunch of really dumb people who only want to live in illusion. And the people on the ground in all of these cities, I better turn you on. You hit, Craig really did an excellent job. You got 9 different cities going now. So the people on the ground in all these cities, there's a little bit of comfort in numbers by not standing alone against an entire police department, but I cannot. The same psychological thing does occur when you're in a crowd of protesters. It's like, oh, I feel like I'm with my brothers and sisters, and we got this purpose, and we're protected because we're many, and I feel accepted by them. So the danger of losing your individuality can occur, and with there is a pandemic mode, which is when people start breaking windows and burning things and stealing and looting. That's a pandemic mode. But the object, if you're going to be a protester, is to stay away from the pandemic mode. Don't go into it, and if you see it, stop it. So there is a group psychology, a gang psychology, and the cops, they seem to have, because of their occupation year after year of pretending that they're big, strong, tough guys and that they are the law, they've lost their individuality. A lot of times they can't hold their own in a conversation. They will have to resort to violence because that's where they go with their mind. It's like, this guy's beating me in logic, so I have to attack him. I've gotten so many cops pissed off at me because they couldn't beat me in truth and logic. So, yeah, there's a lot to learn about crowd psychology, group psychology, gang psychology. But most people who get their strength, their personal strength from a gang, are actually pussies. They're giving up everything they could have developed as an individual. I don't see you, Michael, as that. You're not in a gang. You're not even leading a gang. You are an individual doing something righteous. So I think you understand me. I think other people understand me. You know, the cops that beat that bald-headed guy, or pushed that bald-headed guy, and then walked over his bleeding head. They're not good guys. They're fully operational in a gang psychology.
They're a perfect example of why these people are in the street.
True, absolutely true. And this example is repeated tens of thousands of times just over the last 20 years. The entire country has changed since 9/11. The entire police state is a direct result of the false flag 9/11 and all of the restrictions on travel and extra documentation and everything. is a direct result of the false flag of 9/11. All of the spying from Google and all these other companies, the direct result of 9/11. So the world has changed in the last 20 years, and we still haven't busted, we still haven't gotten to the truth of, it's such a simple thing to figure out that buildings don't just fall like that because of a fire, whether or not airplanes crash into them or not.
Look, the people know the truth, okay? It's not a matter of whether or not, we know the truth. It's that the government's just going to stick to their lie no matter what.
Yeah, well, they can do no wrong. And we heard the dumb fuck Obama say 7 years ago, something like that we have to look forward, not backwards. It's like, you pussy, you're going to keep, the definition of insanity is repeating the same mistake over and over and over again, expecting a different result. And we're seeing it with these fucking riots. These cops expect to beat us down, and they're going to get the same result. But I don't think they're going to get that result. I think we're going to win this time, where Occupy failed, where Kent State failed, where lots of other protests failed. This is too long sustaining. What is it, day 9? This is day 9, right?
Yeah. No, I think it's day 10, but go ahead.
Day 10. Yeah. That's a pretty long time to keep it up. Plus you got Berlin, Belfast, London, Paris, lots and lots of cities standing strong with the American protesters. But the remarkable thing is we're not seeing two gangs. We're seeing American individuals standing up to a bunch of gangs, each in every individual city. I did not catch, I was in bed listening, but it sounded like you put a clip on from Seattle where the police chief said everybody has to have their numbers exposed, but the cops still had electric tape on their badges. Is that what was going on?
Yeah, I was talking about that at the beginning of the show. I posted a video earlier where the police chief said that moving forward that's how it's going to be from now on. But my point is about that is that these fucking cops act like somehow that's a tribute to the cops that fell before them, right?
That's bullshit.
And to me, that's disgusting to be able to use the memory of these people that you're talking about wanting to honor in order for you to hide your evil doings. That's just fucking... That's as bad as it gets, man. It shows exactly who the cops are. That's my point.
Yeah, I'm looking at Charlotte right now, and man, it's
Charlotte really looks awesome, doesn't it? I love Charlotte. Des Moines looked fucking so beautiful earlier. I don't know if that's it might be Des Moines right. It might be Des Moines right in the middle. I'm not sure.
That's Seattle in the middle.
No, that's not Seattle.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah. They're sitting down. They've occupied the street in front of a Channel 4 news station. Yeah, this is beautiful to see. And you know what? Just like what was the name of that Woodstock, where you got 1 million people and no deaths, no injuries, no crime. See, this is what people are perfectly capable of getting along with each other in massive numbers, but. If we got a complaint against a police department or police brutality in general, we're automatically dangerous criminals, So and all the looting and the burning has stopped. I haven't seen it for 3 days, right? Have you seen anything in the last 3 days?
That's Denver in the middle. No, I mean, there's a little bit, but it's just always been just a little tiny bit of that's been going on. Okay, they blow it out of proportion and act like that's what's happening everywhere. It's just this teeny tiny bit of looting that's going on.
Right. I did happen to catch some chick that you seem to know was talking about bricks, and I already had my say about bricks last night, but the bricks are just construction jobs that
I posted a video from the Canadian News about the bricks last night.
Yeah, I did catch that. I saw the whole thing, and they're right. There's no fucking nobody's. it takes a forklift to drop off pallets of bricks, man. And you can pick the brick up, look at it, see what kind it is, and go to all your local hardware stores and say, do you sell this kind of brick? Do you sell this kind of brick? And you'll find the guy that sold the brick, and you say, well, you can trace the bricks easier than you can fucking trace a cell phone, man. So it's not some plot, you know. So no, nobody's dropping off bricks for protesters. There's just lots of jobs, probably a lot less because of COVID-19. But I haven't noticed construction going down in my neighborhood. They put up a brand new fucking Starbucks, and they're still building houses around here and shit. So, you know, I think construction workers are considered essential workers. Now, I happen to be working in my garden, and I got like one construction job looming on the horizon whenever I get to fuck around to it whenever I want. But other than that, I'm not in the construction business anymore, but I know it real well. And bricks are just bricks. You know, you order them, they get dropped off, and you do the job. It's simple. It's not a plot. But I think that's groovy, the way you can float around like Yoda, man. You're like Yoda on the fucking screen there, dude. That's awesome, Mike. So, yeah, Seattle looks exactly the same. Nothing happened after I went to bed last night.
Nothing happened last night, man. There's like, and because of that, there's like a quarter of the people out there that were last night.
Huh. Yeah, well, I hope they keep it up.
I think, you know, they're look, like I said, there's no tear gas last night, and that was one of the big demands of the protesters yesterday, was no fucking tear gas, and they wouldn't guarantee that they didn't do that, but then they didn't do it, right? So and now today they're saying, oh, well, all the badge numbers are going to be prominently displayed. So, you know, I've never seen them knuckle under like this before.
Yeah, that was just one city, though.
Yeah.
I'm quite sure every other fucking city has got electric tape on their badges. They always do that. It kind of gives them permission to be anonymous, you know. It's like, you can't tell one guy from the next, you know.
They all look alike. They all get the same hair. They all get the same fucking mustache.
Same bad attitude. So, yeah, man, it's another day, Thursday night. I'm just hoping that somebody steps forward to talk to the right person, hopefully a congressman who will put forward in Congress a bill to establish a national referendum and committees on the oversight of police conduct nationwide. That would be great. That would solve the fucking problem. But like you say, they don't admit there's a fucking problem.
That's
part of the problem is the drugs, and the major part of the problem is psychology. That you got a gang psychology going on in every police department in the United States, and that's why I bring it up. Not because I want to talk like I'm Mr. fucking wizard psychology dude, but I recognize that's what it is. It's gang psychology, and you know, you can walk into any crowd. You know, if I walk down in L.A. in certain neighborhoods, I'm going to recognize, oh, there's a gang here. And, you know, you can go to a bar and you see certain people hanging out, and it's like, you know, really, it's animal psychology. It all comes down to animal psychology. And lions hunt in a pack, but they're pretty strong on their own. Hyenas hunt in a pack. Sheep hang together and just kind of run. You know, the rams every once in a while will ram into you. The eagle flies alone. You know, I know I've seen in Alaska groups of eagles feeding on masses of fish and stuff like that. So they do. Every animal kind of, even snakes hang out with each other at certain times, but also animal psychology is pretty basic, pretty easy to understand. Dogs establish dominance over each other. You see it all the time when you're walking your dogs. There might be some alpha dog that comes down on one of your dogs, and your dogs seem pretty cool, and I bet they never do that to any other dog, do they?
They just, and when another dog does it to them, they immediately turn and walk away.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah.
Wow, I thought one of them would stand up.
No, man, they eat a lot of weed. They're just like, fuck this. I'm out.
Okay. Well, but I see, dogs are a pretty good example, is that when you get a dozen dogs in a closed yard, there's going to be one asshole who's, pissing on other people, trying to establish dominance, and
my dog, he walks around like the stud on the block, dude. He's like, at the dog park, he's just like, you never seen one of those that actually work before, have you? He's like pissing on everything. Like, there was a real one here. But he's got like nothing to prove. If somebody comes over and starts giving him a hard time, he's just like, all right, see ya, bye. And if they want to fight, he's fought some really big dogs, but that's the last thing he wants.
Yeah, well, dogs have, I'm a dog, actually, what am I? I'm an earth dog. In Chinese astrology, I'm an earth dog. That'll give you the year of my birth if you're interested. If, there's fire dogs, wood dogs, earth dogs, water dogs, fire monkeys, metal dragons. There's 5 elements in Chinese astrology. And so I'm an earth dog. You can look up anybody's date of birth just by them telling you, I'm a fire monkey. You can look up, when they were born, what year they were born. So,
I'm a tiger fish.
Are you? There's no fish. What are you talking about?
I'm a tiger fish. I am.
There's no fish, man.
I'm a tiger fish. Don't tell me. Doesn't matter. I know what I am. I'm a tiger fish.
Tiger fish.
That's right.
You can look up your own fucking Chinese astrology sign just by punching in the year of your birth. Just your year of your birth and then Chinese astrology in Google. It'll pull it right up. But anyways, you would think that people with our, top of the food chain, giant fucking cerebellums and our prefrontal lobes and our, mammalian brain and everything, and you would think that we would be beyond, this kind of like dog psychology where there always has to be an alpha dog around. But we're not. With all of our intellect, we're not really much better than monkeys. So
I don't think it's so much an alpha dog in when it comes to humans. I think it's more like there's predators. I think the alpha dog, the people you're seeing as alpha dogs, are more like predators, dude.
Well, I see it that way too, and I'm always on the lookout for predators. I used to not be, but after getting hammered for quite enough years, I had to up my game and stop being so peaceful. So and try to look into what's the psychology beyond it. But
I'd like to point out here why I'm thinking about this too is that if you guys are watching the mainstream media at all, one of these things, I showed you this video of this little girl, a young child, looks like about 6 years old, with pepper sprayed in the face by police, right? You don't see this on the mainstream national news anywhere, okay? Again, I brought that to you, but what I'm saying, that's not my point. My point is, why is that not everywhere on the news? This little girl getting pepper sprayed by police. Why is this guy who just got pushed by Buffalo police and they just walk away as he bleeds out? Why is that not on the news? Anyone can find it. Craig found it in seconds. And the question is, the answer is, it does not fit their narrative. So they don't want cops to be people who fucking pepper spray little girls in the face. They don't want, and this is why you don't hear the names Tamara Rice. This is why you don't hear the children, because the cops are not just killers of black men. They kill little children all the fucking time. Okay? And you don't hear those names in these fucking protests. And that's I mean, we have to expand what's going on here. And the reason I'm pointing this out is because I want to point out that the mainstream media is working in cahoots with the cops. Just like I pointed out the other night that when the local news went off the air, 3 minutes later, the tear gas started in Seattle. After hours and hours and hours of endless fucking peaceful protest, the second the local news cameras go out, the cops start dropping tear gas. Again, the news are working. That's the reason that you're not seeing the little girl who got pepper sprayed in the face by police on the national news. That's the reason you're not seeing this guy that the Buffalo police just cracked his skull on the sidewalk because he was standing there. That's the reason you're not seeing that on local news, because that doesn't fit their narrative that the police are the killers that they are. They're trying to keep it to this one guy and this fucking bullshit, dude.
Well, when the Founding Fathers organized the systems of our government, the presidency, the Congress, and the judicial, they also called the media the fourth estate. Full knowing, way back in 1789, when the Constitution was written, full knowing that the media would have already had a massive role to play in the mindset and the information delivery system to the existing American people at that time. And so, since we're talking about lack of media coverage, you just got done talking about lack of media coverage, and you've been doing this a long time. You're actually part of the media. You might somebody might call you the underground media, but I think you're definitely a good part of the citizens media. And you brought it up, so I want to ask you a question. These riots going on right now, I'm seeing, just like you just said, a lack of media coverage. But if I think back to the Occupy times, I think we saw more mainstream media coverage, and a lot of the footage was coming from citizen media. But I think the media since 2011 has come under more government and corporate control. What do you think about, Mike? Is that one of the reasons?
Well, here's what I'll tell you is that so yesterday I showed you that one of my videos from CNN had been fucking blocked, and it was the video of police tear gassing peaceful protesters across from the White House so that Trump could cross the street. And CNN blocked that video, so that it blocked it worldwide so that no one could see it, right, on my page. And you have to ask yourself, why the fuck is CNN doing this, right? But CNN blocked it worldwide, and then I went back today, and there's 6 more videos that CNN has blocked, and they're all protest videos. And I post other things from CNN, lots and lots of other things, and for whatever reason, they're blocking all these protest videos, and I know why. It's because the people here, the narrative. Okay, here's the one. Let's see. Trump orders peaceful protesters shot with rubber bullets and tear gas so he can cross the street for a photo op. Blocked by CNN. Down here. Okay, cops shooting little girls with rubber bullets, blocked by CNN. The video shows NYPD cops ram SUV into protesters, blocked by CNN. Okay, CNN is covering up for the cops. Okay, you guys can see this, right? Protesters attacked front lobby of CNN. They blocked that. Trump refuses to comment. This right here. This video, Trump refuses to comment. That is a fucking Donald Trump speech. Okay? They don't own Donald Trump's speech. I don't care if they broadcast it or not. He didn't make that speech so that they can have exclusive rights to make money off of it. Okay? They are completely out of line and obviously trying to cover up for the cops. And it's disgusting, CNN. So we're clear.
Yeah, so I guess you answered my question. I thought that at first, while you were just talking, that you were concentrating on the micro, and my question was a macro question. But you answered the question in a macro way, just by going down the list of the blocked videos. That's a macro analysis, is that, yeah, the media is more controlled now than it was in 2011 when Occupy was going on, and you could see all kinds of crimes being committed all over the country, a dozen a day, and they were showing them on TV. And some of them were coming from citizen journalists, and some of them were coming from the MSM. So what we're seeing in just this is 2020, in 9 years, a massive macro-style encroachment upon information delivery from the MSM. So yes, the media is more controlled now than it was 9 years ago. So you answered the question in one way, and I answered it in another way, and we both agree. I think there's much more, much less, much more control over MSM now.
They're trying to shut down people as much as they can, for sure. Trying to control the law. Basically, they're trying to control the discussion on the videos.
Knowledge is power.
If you're able to say the things that you want to say, and you're talking about CNN's lobby being destroyed and how it deserves to be destroyed or whatever, CNN doesn't want that to be part of the discussion, so they're going to block that video, of course. Hey, yeah, Michael, I got to take a break, dude.
Take care, man.
Okay, it's good to hear from you. I'll talk to you soon.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back, guys. We're going to leave it on protest for a minute, just in case. I don't want to walk... I have videos. I want to show you. Actually, I'm going to play this video about police are responsible for looting. Okay? Pay attention. Police are responsible for looting, just as I've been telling you for days.
Well, the reaction to the death of George Floyd has sparked a wave of protests across the US, unseen since the 1968 assassination of Martin Luther King Jr. Well, over the course of a decade, Dr. King became synonymous with non-violent direct action as he worked to overturn systemic segregation and racism. Claiborne Carson is Martin Luther King Jr.'s Centennial Professor of History at Stanford University, and he joins us now. Thank you very much for being with us. So we've seen these extraordinary scenes, these protests right across the United States. What do you think Dr. King would have made of them?
I think he would have been very pleased to see young people standing up for American ideals that the nation doesn't live up to often.
And given that, we've had this violence at times, we've had protests kind of spontaneously springing up. What are the strengths and weaknesses, as far as you see, of what's happening right now?
Well, I think it's mostly the strengths. I think the press sometimes turns too much on looting or vandalism, which has actually been a very minor part of this upsurge of activity. If a few stores had been broken into during the March on Washington, I hope that most people would have paid attention to the main thrust of the protest and not to some isolated incidents that have nothing to do with the protest. It's really more, I think, to me, it has to do with the police focusing their attention on peaceful protesters and leaving other potential targets for looters unguarded. So I think it's another example of bad policing.
And just on the protests again then, what do you make of leadership in these protests?
Well, look, anytime young people can turn out many times the number of people who were at the March on Washington, which was 200,000. And I am absolutely certain that the total number of people turning out in this protest far exceeds that. They have to be highly organized. I think that if there's any criticism at all, and it's something that I think is part of the strength of the protest, and that is that there's no central leader that you could go to. Back in 1964, you could go to a couple of people and get their comments, and that would represent the thrust of what was going on. Today, you have people independently organizing massive protests in dozens of different cities and hundreds of different towns. So obviously they know what they're doing. It's just that there are many voices. But I think the central voice is one of let's stop this. That this is, this is something that when you think of what it's like to grow up and come of age and during a period when literally dozens of people have been killed in police custody, recorded on cell phones. So you have a younger generation that has that gets their news through social media, and what they've seen is police out of control and not being held accountable. And any young person knows the difference between being held accountable and not held accountable by your parents, for example. So when you see policeman after policeman either getting acquitted or not even charged with murder, then that's going to cause a reaction. And I am very, very pleased that it's happened. It's long overdue.
Well, thank you very much for sharing your thoughts and experience with us. We really appreciate it, Claiborne Carson. Thank you.
Thank you.
There, I shut it off. I told you we were going to have to see that. I love that guy. I don't know who that guy is. I wish I knew his name. He's awesome. And he said exactly what I've been telling you for days. If the cops stopped fucking with peaceful protesters and focused on the looters, there wouldn't be any looting. So, it's the cops' fault again. It's the cops' fault there's violence. It's the cops' fault that there's looting. Okay? Figure it out. The cops are the problem. It's really not. It's so fucking obvious, guys. Let's see, caller. Hello, caller.
Hey, Mike, it's Daniel, a cunt from Ohio. Good to talk to you, man.
Hey, Daniel.
Hey, so yeah, I tried to call you. Anyway, hey, I missed a lot of what you and Good Brother Mike were talking about, but you said it's all about the protesters still, huh? That's the focus of this?
Well, did you see the guy that got pushed down by the Buffalo police?
I did not see it, but I've heard it talked about, and I fucking hate all of that shit. I've seen so much stuff, Mox. I feel like I could fill diaries and journals and books and libraries with all this fucking sad, pathetic shit I've seen. And so I trust that it happened. And yes, it breaks my heart. And yes, I'm with the people on fucking shit like that shouldn't happen. For goddamn fucking sure. Is anybody disagreeing? Who's disagreeing?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I mean, it's just so obvious that, this is the problem. You guys want to go, oh, it's just about this one guy. Why are people so upset about one guy? No, this is obvious. There's a giant, huge problem, and the people deserve better, and that's what they're demanding in the streets, so we're clear. So what's up with you, Daniel?
Hey. Well, hey, Mox, I don't know why I called you, but I love you, brother, and sometimes you're fun to talk to. In fact, I don't know many people who allow me to talk and tell what I fucking think and swear a little bit. I'm sorry I swear so much, and sometimes I feel like, you're one of the coolest people to talk to, and so basically I don't know sometimes why I call, but I think you're one of my favorite people to talk to, and so I think that's probably the main reason I call.
I know. Thanks very much. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I said thanks very much.
Oh, yeah. Well, hey, you're cool, not me. Hey, today was a fucking hard day, man. I'll be honest. I called you the other night. Last night, I guess it was. Actually, that's the reason I called you. It's because my wife didn't hear, she didn't hear the call last night. She was going to bed, and I was out in the yard just, talking to you, and she heard a couple things coming across the yard, but she really didn't hear what I was saying. And Michelle was all in the chat saying Daniel was just trying to talk, cool for his fucking honey or something. Which, you know, I got a sister named Michelle, by the way, and sometimes she's a cunt too, but, you know, they're also awesome, and I love them both, and, you know, basically, we're all cunts sometimes, so, anyway. No, I wasn't trying to talk cool for my wife, by the way. But, no, hey, we cleaned carpet today. Jenny came out with me, my wife, and, I don't know, is that a bad thing to say my wife? I don't mean to be disparaging to women, because...
No, I don't think it is, as long as you're not saying that you own her or something.
No, I don't fucking own her. No,
yeah.
she owns everything that I have, and anytime she wants to take it all, it's hers, and she could go. Just that's the rules of the game. Is it's all hers, and I'm just trying to serve the rules of our house. But so anyway, but no, what was my point? We cleaned carpet today. She's really awesome. My wife.
Is that a euphemism?
What a euphemism?
You clean carpet?
Oh no, well. No, unfortunately, no.
Right.
No, I'll tell you what. I've cleaned carpet for quite a few years, Mox, and I tell you what, I can count on probably one hand the customer's carpet who I really wanted to clean. You know, there's not many carpets out there you really want to clean, but you know, when it's your job to clean carpet, you just clean carpet. And yeah, we cleaned a bunch of dirty fucking carpet today, and no, it's cool, but it's hard. I'm real sick. I've been sick, like I told you last night. I've been sick for a lot of years, and it comes in waves, and sometimes I'm literally just walking around puking. You know, it's not like I'm drinking.
Are there like chemicals in the carpet cleaning stuff that you're using or something?
It's possible. Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely. There are chemicals. For sure, there are chemicals. You know, I try not to touch them. I use gloves. You know, there is something that some carpet cleaners get. I forget what it's called. If I just thought for a second, I'd remember it. But it's called basically, what's it called? It's something induced pneumonia, where people, if they breathe in some type of base or a solvent or something, it can cause an induced pneumonia or something.
Yeah.
And
well, that's
so,
what I mean, it can be very hard on your immune system. Breathing solvents like that regularly.
Well, I don't. So yeah.
Good.
So I mean, yeah. So well, I mean, I guess I do a little bit, but anyway, we're getting into a lot of fucking weeds. But it's nice of you to ask, because that's what brothers ask. You just, you know, brothers get into the real fucking weeds of some shit sometimes. So that's nice of you to ask. You know, I think I probably had some induced pneumonia probably in the first year or two that I cleaned carpet. I don't use much solvents, anyway, we try to do it really good, but you can't, it's hard to do a lot of fucking work out there, Mox, anywhere. It's so fuck carpet. I mean, so I'm just a cunt from hell, so I don't want to focus on me, because it makes me, I'm a shy guy, just to be quite honest. It's weird that I called to you, but I'm a shy guy. I just want to be hidden. I don't ever want my face in front of anybody, and the last thing I ever want anybody to do is be focusing on me. And so, but there's a lot of fucking jobs out there that are hard. I mean, Tom, and Mike, before I cleaned carpet, well, shit, I mean, you know, I worked in a grocery, well, God, I mean, I don't know how many stories have I told you, but, you know, when I was 7 years old, I delivered a newspaper. It was the second largest newspaper out in Worcester, Ohio. My mom was a dispatch person, and we fucking did it, and we loved it. It was a 300-cent paper, and every Wednesday we fucking huffed those backs, and it was cool. And then on 14 years old, we delivered on the coldest winter in Ohio's history, the daily newspaper. That was some fucking shit from hell. And so basically the point is yeah, as a carpet cleaner, I suffer for sure. But also when I was 14 years old, delivering a newspaper all over, you know, in Westerville, Ohio, Columbus, Ohio, and the coldest winter in Ohio's history, every morning at 5 a.m., 7 days a week, you know, we have our little kids doing that shit too. And so, yeah, carpet cleaning fucking sucks sometimes. But we also, it sucked delivering a newspaper. And then I went and worked at the grocery store for 4 years. That was really cool. Met some of my favorite people my whole life working at the grocery store.
Right on.
That's where the first girl I ever had sex with, I asked her out. The only reason I asked her out, Mox, is because I smoked bud a couple of weeks earlier. And I smoked bud a couple times, because I'd never ask a girl out. Honestly, I'd never ask a girl out. But I, you know, took a little bit of reefer when I was 17. I think she was 15, almost 16, and fucking an angel. I mean, my first daughter carries her name. You know, just a fucking angel. Not that matters, but just a fucking angel. And Yeah, so then I went and cleaned carpet for 2.5 years as a lead technician for a major, one of the largest carpet manufacturers in the world. But I was just anyway, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing back in those days, and I just cleaned carpet. Sometimes I did it really well, sometimes I did it not so well, but we did good. But then I went and framed houses, and sometimes I remember hanging windows, Tom, Mike. I keep calling you Tom. I don't like keep calling you Tom. I keep thinking of the guy that you remind me of, who's my other friend who lets me swear when I talk to him, and his name is Tom. And so I guess that's why I keep calling you Tom, is because I fall into the thought of thinking that I have like 2 people I'm allowed to call and talk and swear, and they don't call me a devil, and so. I guess that's why I call you in part, not that you're not super cool, but it's also super cool that there's somebody you could talk to and say the truth, and they don't fucking. Well, it's cool that you also tell me to go fuck myself if you think that's what you need to say. That's one of my favorite things about anybody, Mox. If I could tell you a secret, I love the people who are not yes men. I love the people who will tell me what they fucking think.
And you know what? Hey, you know what, Daniel? And when I say fuck God, that's exactly what I'm doing. I'm being not the yes man that God would never want me to be. You understand?
Amen. Well,
I just bring that up because I know you told me in the past that bothers you, and I'm just pointing out exactly what you're saying. That's all.
Well, I don't think God likes yes men, and I also think that at the end of days, at the end of times, not that I don't get into details, but someday we're all going to fucking pull our head out of our ass a little bit more than we have it already, and we're going to see a little bit more than we already see. And yeah, there's going to be some people who are yes men who thought they were something, and everybody's cool, I mean, I don't hate on anybody, but I'll be honest, if I don't like yes men so much as I like people who tell me what the fuck they think, and even if they're wrong, I like it when, not that they're wrong, but we're all allowed to have our perspective. But I like it when somebody tells me what the fuck they think and where they're coming from. And if they disagree with me, bring forth your fucking strong reasoning. I'm not a hater. I don't think I have all the fucking right answers. And so when I called to talk to you, Mox, I'm not calling to talk to you because I have all the right answers. It's because I'm a human named Daniel in this life, and you're Mox. And hey, it's fucking cool to talk to you sometimes. You're really smart, you're really wise, and you've helped me to see some things. And sometimes it's just fun to talk. And anyway, so sorry for calling you Tom, because that's what I did after I cleaned carpet. Is I went and framed houses for 2.5 years. But I remember hanging fucking windows in these big ass houses in Columbus. These McMansions. Not really nice, but I mean, all the houses. Probably the house you live in right now is probably one of those. Nice. Greg probably lives in a nice house.
We live in a real simple house. But it's a nice house. It's a nice neighborhood. It's not like a gated community or whatever. It's just this real simple, nice neighborhood where there is. When I say a nice neighborhood, it's again. I live in a forest, and there's basically there's basically no crime here whatsoever. So I get nature everywhere, and just like basically zero threat walking around me. It's just zero crime. So. I that's why I say this is like as nice a neighborhood as I could ever imagine living in, dude.
That's awesome. Yeah, that sounds perfect. I guess a lot of us probably in our own sort of way, it's all different, but it's our own sort of way of something like that. I feel similarly, but I don't have a neighborhood. I just have fields and trees and forests and shit around me, and a neighbor one way half a mile, a neighbor another way half a mile, but That sounds awesome.
See, this is like seriously the Seattle suburbs. So we're real close to the city. On a good traffic day, we can get there in about 10 minutes, 15 minutes tops. But it's there's just something. I mean, the city, the neighborhood that's next to us, and the neighborhood that's on the other side of us, and the neighborhood that's on the other side of us, and we got water on one side. They all have their issues, but this one seems to be pretty much trouble free. And I keep saying, I saw some neighbors yesterday. They're like, "Hey, Mike, that's good," and they're looking at somebody's got a house for sale down the street, and they're like, and they told me how much it cost, and I was like, oh well, you know what? To be able to live in this neighborhood is a good deal at any price. That's exactly what I told him. Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. So it's a humble house, but in a fucking awesome neighborhood in Seattle. That sounds like paradise, man. This basically sounds like paradise.
I'm a very lucky guy. I'm a very, very lucky guy.
Well, I think you're lucky and blessed too. Yeah, I don't want to talk about scripture. Hey, there's this one scripture I read once that I can never forget. It's 1 Corinthians 4:7. I don't want to preach. I'm not a preacher, by the way. I'm a fucking cunt from hell. So, but there's this one scripture I can never forget. It's like I forget what I eat for lunch almost every day, but I can't forget this the first time I read it. And it basically says something to the effect of, "We have nothing that we have not received." It's kind of funny because you remember when Obama said that you have nothing the government hasn't given you? You remember that speech of Obama?
Kind of.
Well, he did it. It was pretty cool. He said, you have nothing. All you small businesses, you only have your business because the government did it for you. All you people that have all this shit, you only have it because the government did it for you. It's an honest to God speech he did, and I think I fucking saw it because you showed it to me, by the way. And so thank you. And but the reality is no, we don't have what we have because the government gave it to us, even though a good government servant is always good. But sometimes we do have things that have been given to us, and it's like a karmic thing. Some people I'm not all about the Christian, whatever perspective, but even the Buddhists believe this shit, like what goes around comes around and all that shit and stuff. And so, the whole point of 1 Corinthians 4:7 is we have nothing that we have not received. And I don't know. I believe it. I feel it. It makes sense to me. And it helps me to be less prideful because I sometimes tend to, not so much anymore after being real sick for a long time. But in my earlier years, I used to be a little bit prideful, thinking I was somebody or, something. I did get straight A's in college, this, and I did that, and I got that, and this, and this, and that, and that. But at the end of the day, that's all just a bunch of bullshit. I mean, honest to God, it's a bunch of bullshit. Well, how do we treat our brothers and sisters?
Well, it's not really who you are.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah, it's just a label. It's like saying I'm a Republican. Oh, are you? Well, what the fuck does that mean?
Yeah.
So, anyway.
Well, I hope that you have a better day tomorrow, Daniel.
Well, I expect to. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
hey, today was hard, but we got through it. And Jenny's sleeping. Jenny wanted to hear my call with you last night because she was going to bed as we were talking, and so then we put it up on the TV tonight as she was having her second beer of the evening. Jenny can't really. Well, I don't want to talk about Jenny while she's not here, but she wouldn't mind. But basically, the point is yeah, if Jenny's got 2 beers in her, she's
ready to go.
Basically. Yeah, that's genuine. She's a sweetheart. And so that's how she was tonight. She wanted to hear, the call from last night, and she was listening to it, and then Michelle started talking about how Daniel just wants to act tough around his girl or something. Jenny got a little bit incensed, but she was about ready to sleep at that point anyway, and I think 5 minutes later she was just, frying logs, and so anyway. So, yeah, but tomorrow, I mean, we have a day of rest, and,
nice.
we planted most of our garden. Yeah, I don't go into the details, but yeah, I love gardens, man. We got all these I'll tell you what, Mox, last year we had some friends bring us some tomatoes. They're the best tomatoes I ever had.
Yeah.
And they give us all their seeds, or we kept the seeds. I guess they didn't give their seeds. They gave us their fucking tomatoes. We kept the seeds. They're, heirloom tomatoes, and they were so good. These are like kind of, not Amish, but kind of like they live in the Amish community, as it were, and they're kind of like, just cool, back to nature kind of people. And, yeah, they give us their tomatoes. So we're planting those. So we basically have this little plot of, all these peppers. All the poblano peppers fucking died though, and anyway, they're fucking dead. So I gotta go find more poblano because, in my opinion, jalapeno, poblano. Anyway, I love peppers. I love tomatoes. I love peppers. I love cucumbers. I love gardens, and so that's what we're into. Is just cleaning carpet and gardening and
like
watching this.
That sounds like a beautiful thing. I think being, gardening is this like really basic human thing that so many people would love to be able to do if they just realized that, that they would actually really, really enjoy it, Amen.
We live in a world that seems to be not so focused on those things, but you could imagine a world where people focused a little bit more on things that mattered and focused a little bit less on things that didn't seem so important. And maybe if a government was here to serve us instead of tell us what to do, and if all of those stars aligned, then we might actually be halfway to paradise. You know, I think we still need a benevolent, loving God who helps us to, you know, give us the right sun and the right rain and the right weather and stuff. But basically, I think that we as children just need to fucking focus more on things that matter more and try to focus less on things that matter less. But hey, I don't mean to preach because, you know, I don't really know what I'm talking about much. I just trying to be the best person I know how to be, and I'm a cunt from hell, so, you know, what do I know? So.
Okay. All right, Daniel. Well, like I said, I hope you have a better day tomorrow, and it's good to hear from you, man. I'm glad to hear that Jenny is enjoying the show with you.
Well, yes, Jenny, yes, amen. Okay, yes. Hey, Mox, can I tell you a real quick story, real quick? Is that allowed? I won't say bad words, you know.
Okay.
I know, and I know.
Okay.
Well, hey, I got so many stories, Mox, but I'll try to tell you a quick one. Shit, did I tell you? I never told you about the time where we were in 4th grade, and the teacher, she was an old lady. She was having like some sort of tremor or something. I don't know if she had Parkinson's. This is a long time ago, you know. I was 4th grade. I don't know, it was like 25, 30 years ago or something. It's 35. I don't know. I'm not good at math. I got a degree in finance, but, you know, I stopped paying attention to numbers a long time ago. But anyway, she had Parkinson's. You know, she was a nice, sweetheart lady, and she did a game for the class. We all went to the music room, and we started playing this big, you know, the whole day was dedicated to, like, playing this game. And as we played this game, basically, I figured out pretty quickly, maybe in the first 5 minutes or so, or 10 minutes, that the game was rigged and that it was impossible to win the game. And there was one other kid in the class, and I don't know how I remember this, but sometimes there's things I can't forget, and his name was Josh. And I think it was even Josh Hughes, and but I could be wrong on that. This is a long time ago. But he recognized it too. And we both went around to all the other kids in the class and tried to explain to them how, based on the way the rules of the game were, it was impossible to have an outcome like the teacher had said. It was like a rigged game. And we went, and none of the kids in the class gave a fuck about what we were saying. We were like, no, seriously, guys, you can't. We're like, you know, we're like 4th graders, but we're like, and he's like, I'm kind of a nerd, I'll be honest. I was a nerd at that time. They fucking actually chose me for the spelling bee, which was a sad mistake they made. But they actually chose me for the spelling bee for my class. But, you know, I was kind of a nerd, and he was kind of, you know, like, I don't know, would you consider it like a stoner if that even existed in 4th grade? But, you know, he had long hair, and he kind of seemed to be like a little bit like you, which was really cool, by the way. You know, a little bit of rabble-rouser and didn't fucking let people tell him what to think.
Yeah.
And it's funny that him and I both were the ones who at the very beginning of this game, realized that the whole fucking thing was rigged. And he tried to persuade people too, and I did it in my way, and he did it in his way. And we both went around and tried to explain to the people that the whole game was rigged, and that basically there was a lie involved in the whole game, and that we tried to expose the whole lie. And we didn't find a single class member who gave a fuck. They were basically like, who the fuck cares, dude? Sit the fuck down, play the game. Who cares? And so, Mox, the interesting part of the whole story is that this happened for about 5 or so minutes where we were trying to advocate for, like, hey, guys, this, you know, and we were really incensed. Like, I was pissed and he was pissed. And we got more pissed as people didn't fucking listen to us, and they acted like, who the fuck cares? And so this guy, Josh, he fucking went up and he punched the teacher in the face. He literally punched the fucking teacher in the face. And so the teacher, bless her fucking heart, she stopped the whole game, and she brought us all together, and she forgave Josh. You know, normally when a student at 4th grade punches an old dying, you know, teacher in the face who's like shaking nervously, has Parkinson's, normally that like student gets expelled, right? In most schools, most of the time, right?
That student's gonna go to special school next week, dude.
Yeah, go to a special school. But guess what? He didn't go to a special school. She brought all the students together, and she said, guys, the game's over. She says, it's very interesting that Josh and Daniel, maybe quicker than anybody ever saw before, saw the game was rigged. and worked so hard to try to get you guys to open your fucking goddamn eyes to see that the game's rigged. And so she forgave Josh. Obviously, there was, well, not obviously, but I'll tell you, there was no hard feelings. She was basically saying, look, yeah, Josh punched me, but he's also one of the fucking smartest among you kiddos. And you guys need to learn to fucking listen to Josh a little bit more because, you know, he fucking has a little bit more of a fucking head on his shoulders than you guys do. And just, you guys might think he's a weirdo because he has long hair. You might think he's this or that because he doesn't fucking talk to you. But most of you guys are fucking not quite as smart as Josh is. And so it was an interesting time. I've very rarely seen, you know, an authority figure who was sweet as his teacher, but I've also, it was just a whole interesting, you know, so such is life, and so such is the world we live in, is there's, you know, games that are rigged, and there's things that can't be won, but we do need to advocate for the principles of truth, and at the end of the day, this war will end, I believe, and, you know, I know a God who's good, and I believe that it's all going to work out, and we just need to just love each other. And, you know, I said some stupid shit last night about an orgy summit. You know, it's just me being me. You know, I'm just a fucking carpet cleaner. But, you know, the whole point was make peace, not war. You know, make love, not war. Make love, not war. Is the, I guess it was said 50 years before I ever said it.
Come
but
together. The whole point is to come together. The whole point is to come together.
Yeah, yes, and as I drove to work this morning, I was so sick this morning. I didn't think I could survive the day. I had a couple moments where I just thought I was going to die, but it doesn't matter. But as I was driving to work today, I was, you know, we were doing peace signs flashing at some of the truckers down the highway and people. And as we stopped in the inner city of Columbus, where it's kind of a rougher neighborhood, and you got some bling bling, you know, cars with some dudes who seem to be rolling with, you know, their, you know, cool way of life that I don't have any problem with. And it was cool to talk to them a little bit at the gas stations and just be like, hey, yo, and, you know, they were of the, you know, the darker skin color persuasion, and they're in Columbus. And at first they were a little bit, you know, like put off with me, like, why would I talk to them? But I do this all the time to people, Mox. I fucking talk to people. Like you, I think you do this too, but I do this all the time. I fucking talk to people sometimes, and it was kind of cool to see these people that had a real hard outer, like, you know, they were basically some hard pipe hitting fucking thug people. You know, I don't want to label people, but basically these are people with some, you know, hard outer, whatever. But it's kind of cool to see some of these people smile like they were 5 years old again. You know what I mean? And one of this lady, she said, you know, because I said, someday the score's going to end. We just got to, you know, love each other. And hey, and she's filling up her car next to me. And she's like, who the fuck are you? She didn't say this, but that's the, you know, which kind of the vibe she was getting off is, who the fuck are you? And what the fuck are you talking about? And I was like, no, look, yo, I'm just, you know, we're just brothers and sisters here. And, we got a fucked up situation going on here, but I think, you know, and basically she said, yo, man, she said, look, she said, I think you're a good brother and I feel your good spirit. And I'm with you on this, even though she was real hard to begin with, which is cool. And then I said, well, I'm not good. I'm just a cunt motherfucker from hell. And it was funny because she rolled her eyes and she said, and then he says he's a cunt motherfucker from hell. But the point is, you know, Jesus, we just got to fucking learn that we're brothers and sisters and learn that our government's here to serve us. And hopefully someday that'll work out if we work together to make that happen. And
if we can just come together, Daniel. Okay, go ahead.
No, please, I'm sorry.
Look,
please,
hey, Daniel, I got to take a break, man. It's good to hear from you, okay?
Likewise.
Okay, I'll talk to you soon.
All right, love you, brother.
Bye. That's our buddy Daniel from Ohio. I'll be back in just a minute. That guy is crazy, dude. All right, let's have a bong hit. Okay, so when I was in the 4th grade, I got my very first collection of Playboys. And one day, I decided that the best thing to do was going to be to share them with everyone. So I took all the centerfolds out of the Playboys, and when everyone was at recess, there used to be these pull-down maps. It was like the chalkboard, and then they had, above the chalkboard, they had these pull-down maps, and they'd like have like a screen for the projector, and you know, different world maps and stuff like that. I took my Playboy centerfold while everyone was at recess, like 4 of them, and I put them on these maps. And the teacher pulled down the map, and there was Playboy centerfold. I am very lucky I did not have to go to a special school. I have been poisoning minds for a long, long time, let me tell you. You want to see something really cool? Pull down that map over there. I'll show you something really cool. Meow, meow. Meow, meow. It's the truth. In the 3rd grade, they had these little, they used to have these caps, right? You know what caps are, right? You get a cap gun, and you put the caps in the cap gun, and you'd be like, get a roll of caps, and you go, bap, 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 right? They used to have these caps that were sticky, right? Like a decal, and you'd pull the cap off, and then you could stick it to stuff. In the 3rd grade, I took a box of those and stuck them on the desk, on the legs of the desk, when everybody was at recess. And then everybody came back in, and they started sitting on their desk and scooting around this way and scooting around that way, and all the caps started exploding under their desk legs. They had to evacuate the classroom because it filled with smoke.
What's up, cocksucker? What's up, all you punk-ass bitches? Talking shit. Yeah, that's right, cunts. You know who it is. It's your boy, DP. Coming out, guns are fucking blazing, all you fucking shit-talking cunts. That's right. It's your boy. What's poppin'? I don't give 2 fucking fucks about all these motherfuckers, Michael. I give a fuck about you, my friend. How are you doing, buddy?
I'm good.
How are you doing?
I had a beautiful day today. Made a big batch of brownies.
Oh, nice, right on. I'm waiting to strain out a batch of coconut oil I just made. I actually stole a hot plate and a magnetic stir bar. I stole like this magnetic hot plate from my work, and yeah. I made a batch of fucking coconut oil with that shit today. Right on,
that sounds pretty cool.
Woo! Boy, I didn't have to use any water. I just fucking had that shit on the hot plate all night, son.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, I would do that myself, but it would cost me like $500. So why not just borrow it from my lab? Right?
If you don't have to spend the money, why spend the money?
Yeah, well, this is like calibrated like lab equipment, so it's like very, very controlled. You know, you set it to a temperature and it stays at that temperature. It's fucking awesome. Anyways, how are you doing, man?
I'm good. Dogs are good.
What's new with your world?
I gotta brush the dog's teeth tonight.
Right on, right on. How you feeling about all this unrest
I think it's beautiful. I love it.
Me too. I think it is as well. Yeah. Are you somewhat discouraged by some of the behavior?
I don't know what behavior you're talking about.
No.
You have to be more. You have to be more specific. Are you talking about the police?
Well,
Are you talking about the police?
Well, I'm talking about protester behavior. Because I believe that Gandhi-ish level of peaceful protest is what we need. And I think what's highlighted in the media is, examples of protesters not being peaceful, for the obvious reason to discredit all of this.
Well, yeah, I am very disappointed in the media, for sure. I mean, look, there's like, all these people are peaceful. They do not have to be peaceful, Pete. A lot of these people have guns. They don't bring their guns down there and be like, all in the cops' faces. They don't have to be.
Did you see the video of the police officer in Brooklyn who rammed through that crowd?
Yeah. In the car, right?
That was he was about 6 feet. He just ran through these fucking kids, and then immediately they all jumped onto his fucking windshield and just crushed it in, and then.
Which I don't know what you expect the response to be, Oh, now we're going to bow down to you?
I don't even understand what could even possibly be going through a cop's head when he does some shit like that, though.
They hate being challenged, Pete. They hate being challenged in any way. They are the authority.
But they know that they're being filmed from all sides, and I mean, I don't know. Hate will make you do some crazy things, I suppose, but I don't know. It's crazy, but I don't know. I think things are going better. The media made it seem like it was going to make a very violent turn there. Oh my goodness, everybody! It's going to get violent. Martial law.
You know what? We watched it.
Crackdown.
We watched last night.
But it turns out it's not quite that the case. So that's good.
We watched for 6 hours the people be completely peaceful, and the media is like, oh, the looters and the rioters. That's all they focus on. Oh, 90 cops were injured. Well, fuck the fucking cops. How many protesters were injured, assholes?
Right on. Right on, brother.
You'd think that they could care about the protesters, too. Go ahead.
Huh?
You would think that they could care about the protesters too. Like they actually matter.
They do in some cities. They do in some cities. The cops have shown a lot of sympathy to the protesters in certain areas of New York. They kneel with the protesters. But in other cities they're fucking running them over. So
yeah,
it's a state by state thing. But I think. Overwhelmingly, the protests are very, very successful right now, and I'm very happy with seeing what's going on out there right now. So it's good.
Yeah, the protest in Boise the other night was fucking amazing. Des Moines, Iowa tonight. Did you see that video? That looked fucking awesome, dude. I'm so proud of Des Moines, Iowa. Oh my God.
Right on.
But that's the whole point. Again, if you just let the people march and protest, there is no violence. The violence always is instigated by the police, and it just shows that there is a legitimate reason for the people to be there. You see a 6-year-old girl get fucking pepper sprayed by police. Don't tell me there's not a problem, And you fucking copsuckers want to be like, oh, well, that person's parents should be fucking jailed. Fuck you. On a beautiful day to go to a peaceful protest, to petition your government, there is no reason. I've seen lots of people, mothers with strollers, Okay? And if the cops want to act like they don't see that shit, and they can just act like, oh, they're just a bunch of, hoodlums in the protest, they're fucking lying and full of shit, and the media is helping them cover up by not showing video of a 6-year-old girl getting pepper sprayed by police in Seattle.
You'd be surprised, Mike. There's actually a lot of the mainstream media has actually been covering a lot of police violence against like peaceful protesters. I've actually been really surprised to see that.
Yeah, well,
even on like
I am not seeing a lot of that. I mean, I see a little tiny bit of it, like they give an hour, like 3 minutes or something.
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's not as much attention to these protests as there should be, but
well, it's not.
I don't know. I don't see a whole bunch of dissent in the mainstream media. They seem to be just kind of going along with it.
They frame the protesters as a problem. Okay? The protesters are beautiful, proud Americans doing this beautiful, proud American thing. And they act like they're a problem, and that's pure. I just can't deal with that. You've seen how I deal with that. Not well. So I want the media.
That's what they're trying to do, but it is backfiring like tremendously. It's not working.
Yeah, I agree. I don't believe it's working either.
There's so much support, so they can't try to paint this like these people are.
There is a lot of people in the street in Seattle. I didn't realize there was that many people. There's a lot of people there. Holy moly.
That's right. Hey, Mike, do you like when like someone actually calls in and actually talks to you and has like a back and forth conversation? Isn't that nice? Because you have a lot of callers that don't do that. You have a lot of callers that just call in and just talk and talk and talk and blather and just fucking blather, and you just and you sit there. I can tell at one point I think someone, Killer Mike, I'll say his name, Killer Mike called in, and he was just blathering and blathering. And the only reason that he called in was because he said that he heard that I said in the chat that I was thinking about calling in. So he just had to call in because he didn't want to hear my fucking voice. This fucking cunt. So he just had to call in and just blather and blather his fucking common sense points. Like the police are not our friends, people, and just make common sense talking points that everyone already knows. And you just sat there, Mike, bored, yawning. You may have yawned multiple times. I mean, go back and count how many times Mike yawned during that conversation. Like, yeah, we get it, Mike. Just regurgitating fucking points. We all understand, you fucking old fucking pothead. Shut the fuck up. I don't know why this fucking asshole has to fucking bring me up. Just keep my fucking name out of your mouth, you fucking asshole, will ya? This cocksucker. I don't like him. I don't care for him, Mike. I don't care for him.
Well,
that's all I'm saying.
You gotta be you, man. So you do you, Pete. Look, I just I'm glad to hear from you. I do wish there was more of a conversation a lot of times. It's a lot of times.
Oh, Michael, it's no sweat off my sack, buddy. Don't worry about it.
A lot of times.
What's important here, Michael, is you, Mike. That's what's important. We're here for you. I ain't here for fucking cocksucker, murderer, Mike. I don't give a fuck about that cocksucker. Quite frankly, I don't really give a fuck about anyone else in the fucking chat. I'm here for you, buddy. And, I love your fine program.
Well,
and
I'll tell you,
something. Keep doing what you're doing because you're doing some fine work here. So
Craig is working to get a Mike Hawk skateboard deck prepared for you, so you know.
What you guys should do is make some sick ass stickers, like some big ones.
Big ones, huh?
And then you could just tag up neighborhoods with some big ass stickers. You could put them on the skateboards.
Yeah.
You know, or like I've been doing, just tagging up my neighborhood with the Moxie stickers, you know, when I'm on my bike path, you know.
Okay. Well, that's cool. I like putting them on things, you know, that like I look around, like, you know, the Mox News torch, you know. If anybody wants some stickers, Craig says if you donate $5, he will send you these professionally made vinyl stickers, which he has one on the back of the car, and it is not fading at all. And it's a rainy place in Seattle. So if you give a $5 donation, Craig will send you 10 stickers, so you know. So
fuck yeah, people!
Are you
show Michael some support and get some fucking free stickers?
Are you planning on doing some skateboarding this weekend?
You goddamn right, motherfucker! Every fucking day that it's nice, I'm out there hitting the streets, Michael, hitting them hard, getting some ice cream, and then fucking slapping some Moxie stickers under the bridges and on the signs and on your mom's ass, all over the place. Anywhere I can put them, that's where I'm putting them. Trying to spread the word for you, brother. That's what I'm doing.
Right on, Pete. Well, I hope that you have a nice time. I hope you get to slap a lot of asses. That sounds like a good plan.
Hey, you know, with consensually, always with consent, Michael. Always with consent. I'm gonna go because I'm not like one of these callers that just goes on and on. I don't want to be one of these people, Mike. I don't want to be one of these callers who just goes on and on and
dude.
on and on.
Pete, we love hearing from you. You know it's true.
Well, I love talking to you, and I'll fucking let someone else talk.
All right.
So have a nice night, everybody.
All right. Well, you have a great weekend. If I don't talk to you before then.
Hey. Whoa, I'm not a supremacist, Wilco, you fucking cocksuck. Fuck. Hey, praise Allah and, you know, eat out your mom and fucking finger Tulsi. And Wilco's daughter's hot.
See ya, Pete. That's our buddy Pete from Rhode Island. And he did not mention a cocktail at all. I think that may be the first call that Pete has ever made where he hasn't mentioned a cocktail. Very, very interesting. And I don't believe I yawned all program long. I could be wrong, but I believe I have not yawned all program long. So, you know, I kind of realize when I do those sort of things most of the time. Charlotte, look how beautiful Charlotte is. Charlotte is so beautiful. Oh man. Look at the people in Seattle. These are good people. Look how good and beautiful these people are, standing up for righteous justice. It just fills my heart with hope for America. They're so beautiful. I hope they just let them be beautiful, right? I hope they just let them sit there and stand there and be beautiful. That's all they want. Hello, caller.
Hello.
Hello.
This is fucking Matt from Kansas.
What's up,
okay? Matt? Well, what is up, bro?
What's up, Matt?
You know what is up? You know what's up? Excuse me. Sorry about that. That was inappropriate behavior. Jesus Christ. Okay, seriously, hold. Don't hang up. Okay, I'm okay now. So, we're talking about cops. That's your favorite fucking subject to talk about. We're talking about cops. Talking about cops live right now. Shoot. Go. I want to hear about the fucking cops currently. What are they doing right now?
The cops are listening, okay? Yesterday in Seattle, during the afternoon, the cops, the protesters tens of thousands of them chanted to the mayor, no more tear gas. Last night in Seattle, no more tear gas. Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of protesters in the street, no tear gas. Okay? They fucking dropped their curfew. The protesters told them to end the fucking curfew. They said make them show their badge numbers. They're going to make them show their badge numbers. So what's your point again?
Okay, so what I think that I've solved the problem, actually, is no more tear gas. It's because everybody that is rich is literally probably just drinking all these liberal tears currently, and they can't keep up with all the tears, even with the tear gas, Michael. That's what I'm thinking.
Do you have another thought?
Well, I was thinking, I've drank a lot of these liberal tears, and I'm feeling guilty currently, you know?
There's a lot of people in downtown Seattle, man.
I probably should get off these liberal tears and get back to work, you know? That's what I should do. I can do this.
What you gotta do.
I can get back to work and not have to live a life drinking liberal tears. But I tell you what, I fucking love it. Drinking a glass freshly in the morning of liberal tears, ladies and gentlemen, is the most greatest fucking thing that you can do currently in America, because completely everything is fucked, and you got to keep a roof over your head. I swear to fucking God, you do not want to live on the streets. You can take over the streets, you're taking over the streets, and suddenly you become living on the streets for what? I'm still trying to figure that out, ladies and gentlemen. We are keeping a roof over our head currently, keeping a positive attitude, whether you like it or not. At the end of the motherfucking day, seriously, people, chill the fuck out. This is race. This race is retarded. This race is completely retarded. What are we racing for? What are we completely racing for? What are we racing for? For what? COVID-19. Now we're racing. We're supposed to get back to normal. We're not getting back to normal. Seriously? This is completely fucking retarded. This race is retarded. Period. Retarded people make these people that they say are retarded in the real world. Those people are fucking amazing geniuses compared to these people in the streets right now, in my opinion.
And I'm glad you were able to state your opinion. Good for you. And I've had quite enough of your opinion. Because whatever problem it is you have with proud Americans going into the street, that's some issue up your ass, dude. And you should go cop suck somewhere else. I'm sure you'd be much more comfortable doing it there. Cop sucker. Matt from Kansas. And if you think that there's nothing being accomplished, again, the protesters in Seattle yesterday afternoon, tens of thousands of them, surrounding the mayor, telling the mayor, end the curfew. A few hours later, the mayor ended the curfew, still with tens of thousands of people in the street. The protesters said, and the tear gas. Mayor said, I can't do that. They booed her for 10 minutes, louder and louder, as she tried to explain why she couldn't do it. They didn't use tear gas. Tens of thousands of people in the street yesterday. No tear gas. No flashbang grenades. Okay? Today, they announced that all Seattle police officers will prominently display their badge numbers from this day moving forward. Okay? So, you can say these people aren't doing anything, whatever you want to, however it is, you want to frame them so that you belittle these brave, proud Americans standing up to an ultra-violent, heavily armed, trigger-happy police state that cannot stand being talked back to. Cannot stand being challenged. They're standing their ground saying, our streets, you better fucking recognize. And if you can't see that right there in Seattle in front of you, you don't want to see it. You don't want to know the truth. It's so blatantly obvious. So, and I'm so happy to see it. You know, I love seeing the people stand up to the police state. And it's been necessary. It's been so needed for so long for the people to stand up to the police state. Because they're the ones causing the problem. Again, for a long time before this ever happened, before anyone heard the name George Floyd, you know, I've been saying recognize the real enemy. This is the most important thing that we all need to do. If we can just recognize the real enemy, then we can maybe come together, you know, as one, because that's a real threat. My neighbor's not my threat. That's the real threat. And we see it right here in our faces. We saw it with the COVID, you know. Oh, you can't leave your house. Oh, you have to wear a mask. Oh, you can't go to the park. You can't do this. You can't do that. The only real threat to your freedom, your personal freedom that you were born with as the tippy top, big brain, upright walking, you know, top of the food chain on this planet. Okay? That's your birthright, to be able to live your life the way you choose. To walk the street and not have to worry, not have to live in fear. This police state makes everyone live in fear all the time. Not just black people, everyone. Unless, of course, you're someone like Donald Trump, who lives in gated communities, and the only way that you're able to get away with all the crimes that you've committed your entire fucking life is because the police are on your side. Because you have enough money to get them on your side. You know, of course you love the police. Other than that, if you can't see that there's a problem when 6-year-old girl is getting pepper sprayed directly in the face by a police officer, you know, I mean, when you just saw that guy get pushed down, and he just immediately fell back onto the sidewalk, and something broke in his head, and immediately began to bleed out his ear. And when I say bleed out, he's going to die in a matter of minutes, the amount of blood that he's losing. The cop looked down, the cop that pushed him looked down, saw that he was bleeding, and went, I gotta get the fuck out of here, and fucking turned and scooted off as quickly as he could. Okay? This is, you know, this is not the way things are. This is not acceptable. And I don't know how that cop thinks he's going to get away with it. We all saw your face. Okay? We know who you are. You're going to go to prison because you're a fucked up piece of shit who injured a person for no other reason than that you can. Okay? You guys, maybe you didn't see that video. Is that video still on here, Craig? Do you know? Is that video still on here? I don't know. There it is. Can you? Oh, Craig's off. Craig's doing something else. I will get that video for you momentarily. Let me see if I can get. I don't know if it'll work for me if I pop it in here or not. But there it is. Okay. Let's see if we go full screen. See what happens. Does that work? Okay. The cops. Okay. The guy's just walking. He's walking. He comes up to the cops. They describe him as an elderly gentleman in the reports that I have seen. And notice that they make the fucking NPR cameraman point his camera down. That is a fucking... Okay, see? Boom. Now watch. Bleeding. He sees him bleeding. Oh, gotta get out of here, man. Okay? And then they move on. Then they just keep moving. They all just keep moving. That man is dying. And they all just keep moving. Okay? These are horrible, horrible, horrible human beings that none of us, including your children, are safe around. Okay? And this is extremely important. You know, I just showed you. I mean, I can show you a 6-year-old girl after she just got pepper sprayed in the face by Seattle police. I can show you that. You want to see that? I have that here on video. We can do that. I'm very good at playing videos. So, and this is the point. You know, it's unacceptable that somehow... we have to have an investigation to see what happened. You know, I mean, give me a break. You know, and why isn't that on the mainstream media? Again, these things don't fit the narrative that the killer cops, so they try and pretend like it's not actually there. Here's a girl getting pepper spray, or with the girl with the pepper spray in the face.
Now, thousands of complaints have poured into Seattle's Office of Police Accountability over officer conduct during our recent protests the last 5 nights. Video of some of the incidents has sparked outrage, especially the images of a little girl in pain after she got mace in her eyes. KOMO's Kara Kostinich is live in Seattle with more on these cases. Kara?
That's right, Eric. The Office of Police Accountability tells me they have never received so many complaints during such a short window of time. Typically, they get about 14,000 complaints per year. That's what they've gotten over the last few days. Today, they tell me they're focusing on 4 specific cases that have gotten the most complaints.
This is the viral video that has outraged so many. A young girl and her dad moments after she was maced by police near Westlake Park Saturday afternoon. Evan Rio was there rolling with his camera at what he described as a peaceful protest.
All I know is there were maybe 50 people in that line facing off against the cops, but I mean, it was during a peaceful prayer, you know, by the Reverend across the street.
The heart-wrenching video of the little girl in agony has sparked 11,000 complaints to Seattle's Office of Police Accountability.
It was just really sad more than anything. It was really horrifying. It was really visceral. Just seeing her pain and seeing her dad just like trying to take care of her.
Another 5,000 complaints have come into OPA about police conduct during the last few days of protests. Many of the complaints surrounding 10 different incidents, some of which were captured on video that's circulating on social media, like this little girl.
What can you say to the public to ensure then that this case will be fully investigated?
Yeah, I can say to the public that we are, by ordinance, I am a civilian, I am independent. I'm not affected by politics. We are going to do our best to top to bottom look at these cases and to make sure that there's an impartial, objective review of the facts.
OPA says they will complete these investigations quickly due to immense public concern. Evan says he wants justice for this little girl and so many others.
I hope there's change.
And if you were a witness or saw these incidents happen, especially the macing of that little girl, the agency wants to talk with you. They tell me they have 6 months to complete all these investigations, but that it will likely be much, much sooner. Live in downtown Seattle tonight, I'm Kara Kostanich, KOMO News.
Yeah, so, and by the way, that 17,000, or that 14,000 complaints against Seattle police, that video was, I think, 2 days old. So that 14,000 complaints is now 17,000 complaints against Seattle police in the last 5 days. So you know. And that's a big part of why these people come out. They see things like this and they go, this is unacceptable. We cannot have an America that is not safe for little girls because of rabid cops. It's that simple. And why anyone has trouble understanding that, you really don't want to understand. Okay? You want to live in a police state. You're good with that. Okay, and I have other videos. We can take a phone caller. The number is 805-669-6397 if you want to call. Let's see. I have other videos about again, Louisville police murder restaurant owner who had been serving the Louisville police meals for free during the riots. Let's see. The governor of Washington State wants you to get tested for COVID-19 if you have the sniffles. And I really, again, if you don't need to go to the doctor, don't go to the motherfucking doctor. Okay? The motherfucking doctor is going to trap you into something if they can. So if you don't need to go there, don't go and get trapped into some bullshit or get exposed to some other fucking cunt who's sick. What?
CNN is live with Atlanta right now. The cops are moving the line forward as they enforce the curfew.
Okay, not on television, they're not. No.
You're saying Cuomo's not live right now?
I don't see that on CNN.
CNN Cuomo live looks like live right now. Maybe not, but I'm seeing it live unless I'm looking at something that you're not.
On the TV, on the cable box on CNN, it's not live. It's Anderson Cooper.
Right, stand by. Let me see what channel I'm looking at.
Okay. Alright, okay, so let's see. I see Atlanta. I don't think that's live. Because it's not dark there, right? It's pretty late there, right?
What channel are you watching? Let me see that remote for a minute. That's live.
No, it doesn't say live.
Okay,
and it's not dark in the sky.
He said they're
there.
enforcing. Yeah, that's dark. He said they're enforcing the curfew. Unless this was earlier, it sure.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe it was earlier. That's not.
It's in the sky. It's not dark.
All right, it looked like it was live downstairs.
Yeah.
All right, making sure.
All right.
You're not missing something important.
All right. Let's see. Okay, so everybody seems to be staying calm. We got Portland with thousands of people. We got Seattle, thousands of people. Denver's got thousands of people out. Washington, D.C., it looks like it's raining in Washington, D.C. That will send the protesters indoors almost 90% of the time. So Washington, D.C. is cool. We can switch to another camera for Washington, D.C. We don't need that one anymore. Let's see, unless it stops raining or something. L.A. looks pretty cool, man. So we'll keep an eye on it here for a little bit. What time is it? Okay, yeah, we'll keep an eye on it here for a little bit. Make sure stuff doesn't go crazy. I really was expecting things to happen in Atlanta, but this video is not live, so I don't know what's happening in Atlanta right now. If you want to look up Atlanta, Craig, and see if there's something going on there, that would be cool. Let's see. Oh, Atlanta still has a curfew. Yeah. How's that working out for you? You and your stupid curfews. Oh my God. Yeah, that's what we need to do. Let's make curfews. That'll teach those people who's in charge. We'll put a curfew. We'll put a bedtime on them, and then they'll all know who the boss of them is. All right, it's bedtime, boys and girls. Get your butts to bed. It's curfew. That's bedtime. Betty bye time. Now go. How's that working out for you, Atlanta? Because I can tell you right now that there would be lots of people on the street in Washington, D.C. were it not for the rain. They also have a curfew. Seattle took their curfew off. Again, tens of thousands of protesters surrounded the mayor and demanded that they stop using tear gas. Demanded that their badge numbers be seen. Demanded that they end the curfew. And you know what happened in Seattle? Hours after that meeting with the mayor, tens of thousands of protesters, the mayor ended the curfew. Hours after she ended the curfew, there was no tear gas. There was no flashbang grenades. And today, the Seattle chief of police announced that all Seattle police officers will prominently display their badge numbers going forward from this point. So the protesters' voices are being heard. And all they have to do, again, is what I said. Listen to them, Act like there is a problem and that you want to solve it. And stop being part of the problem. Get the fuck out of the way. These people aren't doing anything wrong. They're proud, brave Americans standing up to a motherfucking trigger-happy, adrenaline junkie, don't you dare challenge me, police state. I will ruin your life forever, police state. Very brave. Very, very brave. And I really hope that oh man, look at that is a lot of people in Seattle. That is a lot of people in Seattle going to join up with a lot of people in Seattle. That is going to be one big fat party in Seattle. I wish we had a better shot at Denver. Austin looks quiet. Everywhere looks quiet. It just looks like people. Beautiful people, proud Americans. Dancing in the streets. Dancing in the streets. That's what it looks like to me. And I love it. So So if anyone would like to call, the telephone number is 805-669-6397. You are welcome to do so at any time. Otherwise, we're going to watch this for a little bit longer, just to make sure that no crazy stuff happens to these beautiful people who are doing absolutely nothing wrong and have done absolutely nothing wrong for hours and hours and hours and hours. Because they are beautiful, peaceful people. Arr. I'm getting so hungry. But I gotta watch this stuff in Seattle. We can't turn away from Seattle right now. There is just too many people in the streets of Seattle to look away. Wow. I love Seattle. I love Seattle. You guys have no idea how much I love Seattle. You have no idea. Jeff, stop telling me what to do. I used to walk around Seattle with my camera and film all the cool stuff I could film because I love Seattle so much. Look at people dancing in the streets in LA. People dancing in the streets of Denver. People dancing in the streets of Portland. Gotta love it. You have got to love it. In Seattle, do you like teriyaki? Do you like teriyaki? I will send you to the best teriyaki place you could ever imagine. Yes. All right. It's in the U District, right? You know where the Safeway is in the U District? Right across the street from the entrance of the Safeway in the U District, there's this little place called, it's a Matsukoi or something like that. Craig will give you it's right across the street. It's called, we call it, it's across from Safeway, but it's a Matsukoi. It's a matza something or other. But it's amazing. Oh my God. If you like teriyaki, that is the place to go. And there's another spot on the Ave called Shawarma King. And if you like, like a Middle Eastern plate of food, fucking A. It is so good. Those guys are so nice too, man. We went to that place for weeks and weeks and weeks, and I would order a chicken shish kebab, right? And then I go in one night and I order my chicken shish kebab, and the owner says, no, you have this. And I said, well, no, I want a chicken shish kebab. And he said, no, you need to have this. So I said, okay, I'll have that. And I had that, and what he told me to have, and that's all I ate after that. Oh my God, it's so good. Shawarma King on the Ave. Shushkatuk. I think that's what it was called. You have the shushkatuk. It's like a ground meat. Instead of chunks of chicken, it was like a ground meat. Oh my God, it's so good. Maybe it was Shushkatuk. I'm not sure. That might be a different place. Craig's busy right now. I'll get him to put the URL up for the teriyaki place in Seattle in a minute. So I'm really glad to see everything is staying calm, man. Because it doesn't have to be a problem, you know? I played you this video earlier of this. I don't know who the guy was, but he was saying that the reason that there's looting going on is because the police are fucking with the peaceful protesters instead of focusing on the criminal element. This teeny weeny percentage of people that you could easily take out in seconds, you let them run free and you fuck with the peaceful protesters. Craig, can you hear me? Hey, Craig. Hey, Craig. Hey, can you put like a URL up for the It's Across from Safeway Teriyaki? Somebody wants to know where to eat at. They said they love teriyaki. All right, let's see. Everybody's chill. Everybody's chill. We got no problems. Everybody's happy. They got smiles on their faces. I mean, it's not really where they want to be on a Thursday night, standing in the middle of the street. But you know what? They are incredibly beautiful, peaceful, righteous people. What's up, Bubba?
Believe it or not, they don't have a website, but I can show you.
Put their Yelp up. Put their Yelp page up.
I really want to give props to Yelp. I fucking hate that company.
Oh, we don't have to. That's fine.
I'll give you a
Google. Just put their name in there so they know what they are. Yeah, Google, that works. I hate Google. I fucking hate Google.
Get an ambulance for him. We have EMT on scene.
Are you messing with stuff?
What do you want me to do?
Oh, I thought you could put a Google link in the chat.
Oh, in the chat? I thought you wanted. Okay.
I heard that. That's some kind of looping video. I heard that same sound before. What the fuck are you walking up on me? Wonder which one it is that's looping. All right, so that's a lot of people in Seattle. We'll keep an eye on that for a few minutes here. There's the It's Across from Safeway Teriyaki restaurant link. And I just get the teriyaki plate, man. I mean, there's a couple of things on there that's fucking amazing, but I just mostly just ordered the teriyaki because I just can't get enough of it. It's like that. Look at that. Are those your pictures? That right there, we call that fried chicken right there. We call that chicken donuts. So fucking good. I'm making my mouth water, Craig. What are you doing? Shit. Now I want teriyaki. That other plate right there. Oh, I don't know what that is. But no. But normally we just get like a big fucking plate of fucking chicken. I'm surprised Craig didn't put his own pictures up there. He takes so many pictures at that place. Hello, caller.
Hi, Mike. How you doing tonight?
I am doing good. How about you?
Relaxed. Having a good night.
Cool.
Loving it.
Cool.
Yeah. Yeah, you have a good show going on today.
Well, everything's chill. You know, that's what really matters, Michelle, is that, you know, everything's peaceful and the people are just fucking beautiful, man. You see them dancing all over the place in the streets. Isn't that fucking beautiful?
Hell yeah, because they finally stood down. It's like, just let them have their protest. What's wrong with that?
Like I've been saying for days.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly.
And you do that, you get the fuck out of the way, and they just fucking dance, and they fucking there's no problem whatsoever.
There you go. That's beautiful. I tell you, I love it. I love it.
Telling you. I love it too,
Hey.
Michelle.
Yeah, and then that one video that you showed where that old guy gets pushed over and then blood's coming out of his head in Buffalo.
Yeah.
I had to rewatch that shit. Because for the first time, it really did look like it was just like a dummy. Because the way it looked like it was all pale all the way through, the clothing, everything. So it was a mannequin or some shit, you know. And I had to, and I'm glad Craig put it on there because I checked it out again, and I was like, well, it makes a big difference because I missed the first few seconds, and that's where it actually shows that man just walking, you know, like, okay, he's talking. What's wrong with that? And for that fucking cop to, you know, push him with his baton crossed over like that, you know, I was like, wow, that's fucked up. And what I've noticed in that video is when you rewatch it, the guy that did it, the cop, he did kind of bend like he wanted to see what was going on, and it almost looked like his superior was the one who fucking hurry up, pulled him up, and pushed him forward. And you can hear that lady, that one whoever's filming, you can hear the cop coming up to her like, move, move. And they're like, well, aren't you going to call the medics? Aren't you going to call the medics? And the cop's like, we have an EMT right here with us.
Yeah.
And that crowd and everything, you do see somebody in camouflage like leaning over to check on him. But shit, that was horrible.
It's horrible, Michelle. No, I mean that's see, they just make the point of why all the protesters are in the street. That's a little old man who basically they just murdered. We just watched them murder him. And then they just let him lay there.
For nothing, man. That's why I was like, what the fuck?
Because they can. Because they can.
And they get away with it.
They're not going to get it. That cop is going to jail, Michelle.
Yeah, because they know. I mean, you can see who it was. It was a short, stuffy guy. It was obvious.
He's going to jail because we got it on video. That's why.
Mm-hmm. And that's why everybody's like, oh, why are they protesting for shit like that? For shit like that. You know, everybody wants to make it black and white. It's like, no, it's the cops doing that to everybody.
This is, you know, that little girl getting fucking pepper sprayed in Seattle. These people are fucking rabid, okay?
Yeah.
And we have to make the street safe for children. And as long as these people are unaccountable, there will be no safety for anyone.
Absolutely. Because you just seen it right there. So don't try to make it look like, oh, we're out there just protesting for one person. We're protesting for everyone and for the way they are. They're militarized now. They even have it on their shield. Military police. Bitch, you are the police. By putting that military up there, it tends to send it to another level, and their egos go another fucking level. Like, oh, damn,
That's why
you want to be military rejects. Too coward to go over there in an actual war zone and fight. You'd rather shoot fucking unarmed people and act like you're all big shit.
Well, that's why they put them in camouflage and all that military gear, Michelle, so that they you know immediately get set into that kind of mind that they are facing the enemy, you know.
Damn right. Damn right. Just along with their utility belt, if you will. Look at all the fucking gadgets they got on there. I was like, what do you need that for? All that shit. Like, man. And then half the shit, they don't use it because the only thing they're pulling out is their fucking Glock. You know?
Yeah.
They ain't reaching for that taser. They'd rather reach out. Let's just fucking, you know, judge and juror right here. Bam! You're done. Like, what? And we're supposed to be okay with that. You know? It's like, no, that's not okay. You know, these people are something else. But like you said earlier, if you don't see it, you don't want to see it. Save your breath. You know, let us fix it. You know, you go ahead with your ignorant self and talk about how this protest is wrong and blah, blah, blah. Focus on the looters. Go ahead and focus on the looters. That's because you all don't see exactly I don't know what they go through every fucking day, and my heart goes out to them. It's like, learn empathy, you fucks.
Look, the looters are just this little teeny tiny percentage of people, and who knows what's going through their mind that they're so desperate that they're going to go fucking grab an armful of whatever merchandise they can get their hands on. Okay, who knows why people are like that? I don't know. I'm glad I don't know what it takes to be that fucking desperate. I don't ever want to be that fucking desperate. Okay? So, but it's just this little teeny tiny, less than 1% of the people that we're seeing here. Okay? And if you want to condemn the 99.9% for this little tiny group that we, obviously need some kind of psychological help, then you're a fucked up person. Okay? That's all there is to it.
That's it right there. And it's like, and the thing is like, I wish it didn't happen, but it happened. Everybody's like, okay, wasn't the peaceful protesters? Obviously not. They were on the streets. But you always got people that are going to try to take advantage of situations like that. Like you said, maybe out of desperation, what have you. But to only focus on that is because you don't want to know why they're protesting and what they're protesting for. You don't want to know that. Because you don't care.
To somehow blur the lines between this 0.1% of criminally minded people with all these good, proud, brave Americans is fucking disgusting, and there's something seriously wrong with you.
But did you notice how it started in the beginning where everybody was fucking all of a sudden, quote unquote, losing their minds and rioting and everything else? It was like you still had those peaceful protesters there. But since there were so many fucking places getting, breaking into, looting and everything else, everybody started to focus on that shit. And it was like, okay, there's agent provocateurs. We all know that. We fucking seen videos of that shit. And what better way to stop a protest by to say, hey, they're fucking looting, shut this fucking down.
Yeah. They threw a rock. We have to
do you not think it's not beneath the cops, to say, well, let's send some of our guys out there and do what they can do. Right. And we know some informants that owe us favors and shit like that. Let's their crew to go on up.
I'm tired of standing here I don't want to stand here for another 2 hours. Let's fucking end this. So they send someone into the fucking crowd, that person throws a rock, and the next thing you know, the tear gas and flashbang grenades. Boom. Easy peasy solution, no problem.
Yep. And don't worry, we'll fucking arrest you just to make it look good. Yeah. But we got your back. And even then, some of them, they probably wouldn't even have their back. They're just using them like they do. Use them and, hey, what are you going to do? Sue me? I'm a cop. I get away with whatever I want. So, it's amazing how people just want to focus on that shit. But now that I see it, everybody's like, okay, I've seen a lot of videos where they're actually stopping the people from breaking into buildings and doing shit like that. You don't see that shit on the mainstream media. No. We want to keep the people remembering about the looting so they lose focus on why they're there. But, man, power to the people, man. They are standing up and they're keeping true to what they are there for. And that's fucking stop with this police brutality. Stop with this state police. We've had it. And and if people are like, it's a race thing, no. Look what happened today when that old man just got pushed back. Fucking my heart broke for him too. It's not about fucking race. It's about what the fucking cops are getting away with, and us taxpayers are the ones funding this shit. Yeah.
And they have no respect for us, and they just see us. That video is so heartbreaking, Michelle. I don't know.
He was alive 1 minute. Next minute, fuck, there's blood coming out of his head. Like. What? How can you do that and just be cool? Let's move on to the next guy.
Just walk away.
Yeah. What kind of people is that? I don't.
They all see him bleeding and they all just keep walking. Oh, let's get past. Oh, there's something over there. Let's go over there. Do nothing.
And it was like for a weekend, yeah.
And the guy did nothing, man. That guy. What did that guy do? He walked up and said something to the cop, which didn't look like he said anything angry to the cop. And he's like, hey, what's happening here? Why are you guys? And then just like, boom. That's why. How you like us now?
Yeah, point.
And the cop looks down. Yeah.
You see, and that's the whole fucking point of all of this. It's police brutality across the fucking board. Did he look like a threat to you, Mike? Did he look like a threat to you, Mike?
No, it didn't look like anything that those guys couldn't have. And then the fucking cop comes over and tells the NPR camera, you gotta put your camera down. No filming. What fucking country is this you can't fucking film? You're not allowed to film us. You're full of shit. You're lying. And that's the problem. The cops are completely full of shit. They're gonna, no, I told you can't do this. I'm the fucking law. You're not the fucking law. You're a piece of shit who somehow is under the delusion that you're in charge of me, and you're not.
That's right. And do you see how they travel in packs? That way they get in front of people and block anybody who may be videotaping that shit. It's like they're doing all of that with intentions of making sure that whoever fucking did that, just like his superior, whoever it was, when that cop actually felt bad, like for a split second, like, oh shit, he's bleeding, let me get down there. Just a split second, boom, the fucking cop to his left pulls him and pushes him forward, like, let's keep moving. Like, he's protecting him, so maybe it would be harder to figure out who fucking did this. You know, they cover up for each other, and it's right there in your fucking face. What more do you need? What more do you need to see that they're out of control?
Yeah.
No,
and we see it day after day after day after day after day.
You see so many stories all across this country and in other countries. That's why they're protesting too. Not only for George Floyd, but for police brutality. Like in Canada, a young lady, she got knocked over the fucking balcony because the cops were fucking trying to arrest her for whatever reason. She looked like a young lady too, like maybe in her early 20s.
She was having some kind of a psychotic episode.
Yeah, but
her mom called the police because she couldn't get her to calm down, and she wanted help.
Well, they helped her, didn't they? They calmed her down.
They told her mom to stay out of the place, and that they would get her calmed down.
And poor mom, you know the guilt she's feeling.
1 minute later, she was on the pavement outside, 20 stories down.
And that's what the poor mom has to live with, man. Imagine that shit. Imagine that shit. Thinking you're gonna get your daughter help, and now she's dead, and she's gonna blame herself for this, and the cop's gonna be like, oh well, put this under the rug, just like with the rest of the fucking, death. But it's happening everywhere. That's what people think, like, what's going on? And it's like, what's going on? It's like,
right.
You don't see it, you don't want to see it.
It's
you don't
clearly I mean, you see people in Boise, Idaho marching down the street. You see people in Des Moines, Iowa marching down the street. Come on, this is fucking farm country. Give me a break, man. Okay? And it's not because of George Floyd. Okay, it's because of this. Everyone, people experience this with police everywhere. Okay,
even in Idaho, You see.
I mean, we saw somebody brought up the guy who got killed who was camping outside Albuquerque like a couple of years ago. He was just camping out in the desert, and the cops stick their dog on him. He's just like this homeless guy who's got nowhere else to go. Fucking horrible, man. And then they fucking shoot him.
Right? That's horrible. That's fucking awful. That's what I'm saying. I don't know why everybody is so surprised, or that it didn't happen to them is maybe why they're okay with it, Some people want to say, like, white guilt. It's like, it's not called white guilt. It's called empathy, you fuckers. Might want to look it up.
That guy in fucking Albuquerque, just outside Albuquerque, he wasn't white. I mean, he wasn't black. He was white.
Okay? That's what I'm saying. That's why there's more states in this country that's protesting.
Yeah,
and to people,
it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It affects all of us. That little girl, the 6-year-old little girl who got pepper sprayed in the face by Seattle police. Okay, she wasn't black. Okay, this is, and why isn't that on the mainstream media everywhere, Michelle?
Right? No, because shit, you don't want to fucking see that shit. It's just going to enrage people or give them another purpose to actually be out there.
Well, it shows that the people are right, and it shows how incredibly rabid the police must actually be in order to pepper spray a little girl like that in the face,
Exactly.
And that doesn't really work for the mainstream. They want to be kind of buddy with the police. So.
Oh shit! And you know what? People see that shit. Like I said, with the cell phones and the cameras. It's like, you can't hide from this shit anymore. If you really want to know the truth, you will find it. And if you don't want to know the truth, then go on and keep saying life is good and it doesn't affect me, because someday it will. Someday it will. You know, I mean, I don't say that about anything, but you got to know somebody that knew somebody or even seen something.
No, hey, look, life is good, Michelle, but this affects all of us, and if you're not smart enough to know that, you know, unless of course you're like super rich, like Donald Trump, we love our cops. Oh my God, I just want to suck cop dick all fucking night. You know, fuck you. Okay.
I love some cheese dust after sucking up a Cheeto on my fingertips and my mouth. Damn right. Stupid fuckers. People will realize it sooner or later. I mean, if they, like I said, there's not that many people who are, I mean, they're outnumbered. The ones who don't believe in what they're protesting for, they're outnumbered, you know. So they can, as usual, sit on the fucking porch until we yank your chain, let us adults and grown-up kids fucking handle it. Because you obviously think that everything's peachy and, you know, whatever, rose-colored glasses, all right, good. But everybody fucking with any kind of common sense knows what the fuck is going on. And we don't deserve that shit.
Right. We deserve better. You know, the people, that little girl who got pepper sprayed in the face deserved better. That elderly gentleman who got pushed down and his skull broken deserves better. George Floyd deserved better.
That's right. And countless of others that I can't even name. And it's a damn shame because there's so many of them, you know. Yeah. That have been fucking killed and just, you know, just because, like, oh my God, you know.
Yeah, I agree, Michelle.
That's horrible, but just keep up with the power and just fucking the strength and protest, man. They're fucking doing fantastic out there.
I think
they're stating a message, and you know, because the only ones that started shit was the police. They finally learned that wasn't going to work. They finally learned I think tear everybody off, though.
You know what? You know what I think they learned, Michelle, is, okay, 2 nights ago we watched this in Seattle where, the minute the late night local news went off the air, they dropped tear gas on the protesters. And what happened was the next day there was like 10 times as many protesters. And I think what they learned, Michelle, is that if they increase that amount to 10 times again, they are going to be in a world of hurt. They are not going to be able to handle it. So they better fucking smarten up.
And plus another thing they learned is that we don't get our news from the mainstream media. They found that out quick when people are like, what the fuck are you doing? And it's like, you get CNN, all you motherfuckers, go ahead and go home. There's real warriors down there that's got this. They'll take over. You know, like Katrinka and her crew and shit doing all that good stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you need the mainstream media. But like I said, if you don't want to know what is actually going on, then watch your Fox News, watch your CNN, stay stupid, stay like that. But, you know, you ought to really look for somewhere else to fucking live, like in a cave somewhere, because you're not fit for society. This society has no room for fucking people who are all on the cops, and looting. If that's what you're focused on, I don't want to hear from you. Or even if I do, I really don't give a fuck. You know, because the majority of us know why we're out there. We see this shit. We're not blind to it. You know, we see how they're fucking, you know, killing innocent people, tasering, you know, old people, doing. I mean, I've seen a motherfucking cop take down a guy, I don't know what, a guy who didn't have no legs and no fucking arms, dude.
Yeah.
And I seen a cop that fucking actually tackled him, and I was like, why would you do that? It was like somebody videotaped that shit, or he had a camera set up or something, because he was harassed. And it's like, this is where we live? Like, what the fuck is, no. Yeah. Nobody should have that fear. Yeah. We should look at the police like, hey, how's it going, man? All right, you got our backs.
Yeah.
And when there are looters, that's why the police are there. Go take care of them. But we didn't start it, so leave us alone. Don't use whatever happened a couple of blocks down. Don't take it out on us.
Focus on the fucking trouble. Give me a break, you know? Isn't that what your fucking job is? Do your fucking job.
And that's why they should be out there for that, for us. to protect and serve us. We are not the enemies, but they look at us like we are.
Always.
Some of them cops look at you like they could just rip your fucking throat right out and not have a problem. I mean, some of these guys look really fucking fierce. Like, God dang, these are supposed to be like our neighborhood cops. Like, what the fuck is going on here, man?
Right.
It's a fucking mess. But anyway, and I see Daniel. Fucking Daniel had a problem with me, huh? Calling me to see you next Tuesday, huh, you dick? Fuck you.
You know, Michelle. You know, Michelle. You ever watched SpongeBob?
So I used to, but I don't.
His driving instructor is named Mrs. Puff because she's a blowfish, right? Mrs. Puff, and he said to her one time when he was leaving, he said, "See you next Tuesday, Mrs. Puff." I was like, what? Did he just call her a fucking cunt? Oh my god.
Yeah. I heard my fucking friend was talking about somebody, and she had called her that, and I was like, "See you next Tuesday." What the fuck are you talking about? And she explained it to me. I died, man. And then I just heard that yesterday. I was laughing so fucking hard. And then today, Daniel's calling me that, talking about, well, it's okay though because I got a sister named Michelle and she's a cunt. It's okay for me to say it. And I was like, okay,
he calls himself that a lot too, Michelle. So you know.
Yeah, well, I was fucking ribbing on him too in the chat, like, yeah, good call, Dick. And I was like, but I'm allowed to call you that because I got a coworker named is Dick. You know, I was like, you fucker, man. Yeah, but yeah, whatever. Hopefully someday he'll just I don't know. I really don't know because dude, he was talking about I don't even know what I had for lunch, and then he can remember back in band camp. Like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck?
It sounds like he hurts a lot, dude. I just hope he feels better soon.
Well, he can be picking on motherfuckers who know how to defend themselves, just like when he was talking about all those fucking women that he had all these conquests and shit like that. But really, I was a shy guy, and this was really my first wife, and she was really mad at Michelle, and I'm just like, wow, you act like you were bragging. And then you turn around and say you were shy. Which is it? Were you a shy motherfucker or were you out there banging bitches? Shit. You know, he's just all over the place. But don't come over here starting shit with me, calling me a fucking cunt, and you don't think I'm going to say something about it, Daniel. I don't want to hear about that boo-hoo bullshit kumbaya crap either. Fuck you. You don't like me? That's fine. I can deal with you. I don't have a problem with you, buddy. You want text? You want chat? Whatever? Cool. But fuck you and your goddamn cunt of a sister, Michelle. Fuck that. And I'm sorry if I offended, his wife because his wife had nothing to do with it. I just thought it was disrespectful of him talking like that when he's like, my wife's right here, my wife's right here. Then why you being such a dick in front of her? That's where I was at. And I'm a woman, so I'm just thinking, damn, no woman wants to hear that shit about, I don't regret any of my conquest. But I was a shy guy, bitch. Whatever, Daniel. Make my head spin. And I'm from Ohio. You just stop eating that fucking corn out there, goddammit. Yeah. All right, Michael, on that beautiful note, I want to say...
Hey, Michelle, it's good to hear from you. Okay, I'm glad you're staying strong and keeping a positive attitude.
Keep the dream alive. I love you, Daniel. Mwah.
All right.
Good night.
We'll talk soon.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, bye.
That's our buddy Michelle from Texas. Let's see. I wanted to show another video about, she was talking about six police officers charged in Atlanta.
Meanwhile, in Atlanta, 6 officers are charged after an arrest during protests in the city. 4 of the officers are charged with aggravated assault, while 1 is charged with aggravated battery. The officers are also charged with criminal damage to property and pointing or aiming a gun. We're about to show you the confrontation. We want to warn you it may be difficult to watch. The The police had already broken the windows on that car and slashed the tires. The driver, Messiah Young, was reportedly trying to film someone being arrested when officers approached and told him and the person with him to move along. After an officer tried to grab Young, he drove away but was stopped by traffic, and that's when that confrontation started. At some point, one of the officers reportedly yelled, "He's got a gun," though there wasn't a gun. 2 of the officers were already fired after the incident, and 3 are on desk duty.
At 11th and Pine, we're right outside the East Precinct here.
Sometimes life can be a little overwhelming. Sometimes the weight of the world can be too much to bear. Sometimes you need to stop worrying and take a deep breath. Sometimes you need cannabis. Introducing Brightside, high-quality cannabis delivered right to your door. Brightside offers an extensive menu of strains and products to meet your needs. Choose the experience you want, and we'll send you the dankest herb, the real sticky icky, some top-shelf marijuana. If you like what we send you, keep the whole jar. We'll even include some nugs for you to blaze. As part of Discovery, you'll get to try new strains and products. Side effects may include euphoria, increased appetite, uncontrollable giggles, elevated sensitivity to musical dopeness, and reduced anxiety. Tetrahydrocannabinol may also induce feelings of existential well-being and relentless optimism. With a Brightside subscription, you can get it once a month, once a week, or whenever you want, all at a price you'll like. And yes, this is a real company.
Do you know who I am? You're the wizard.
Ask your doctor if cannabis is right for you. It probably is. Keep it Brightside.
That video make you want to smoke weed? Makes me want to smoke weed. I don't know what it is about it. Makes me want to smoke weed real bad. It does sound pretty good. Okay, so we got Seattle, we got Portland. Everything looks chill in Seattle and Portland. I don't know what else there is going on here, but it looks like there's an awful lot of people still on the street in both Seattle and Portland. So we'll watch this for a few more minutes here. But I think everything's going to be calm. I think the cops have basically learned their lesson. That if you tear gas these people, that tomorrow you're going to have 10 times as many people in the street. If that's what you're trying to accomplish. Again, I said this over and over again the last couple of days when they were tear gassing people. If that is what you're trying to accomplish, good job. You know? So hopefully people will be talking about that man in Buffalo tomorrow. Because he deserves to have a lot of attention paid to him. Because this is the entire point, okay? People are fragile, and cops want to act like they can just bust our heads. We just watched it happen with that guy. Cops want to act like they can just bust our heads, and it's no big deal. Just keep on walking. No big deal, okay? It is a big deal. It's a big giant deal. And then act like somehow they go to the NPR, a fucking journalist, and they say, put your camera down, put your camera down. They force them to put the camera down, stop filming. Okay? Their job is to document. They have the right in the Constitution. There is no way that those people can force that cameraman to put their camera down. That is illegal. And the cop who did that needs to fucking be charged. It is or at least reprimanded severely. A dock in pay. A rank removed. Unacceptable. That journalist had every right to be there. Every right to document what was happening. The police, on the other hand, are such an evil, organized gang that they make clear that you don't have any rights. You don't even have the right to live. We're going to kill you right here in front of mainstream media journalists, and then just keep walking. And that's really, not okay. Oh, Portland on the bridge. Such pretty pictures. Are they going back live? I don't think they're going live. Seattle is chill. See what's happening here. Portland is chill. Which is good. That's what we want. We just want to chill. Just want to be recognized. We just want our voices heard and be responded to appropriately. Alright? Alright, so there's the live Portland news feed at 11 p.m. apparently. And it looks like there are still a few thousand people on the street in Portland, which is awesome. And naturally, you see all these peaceful people, and then naturally they go to burning stuff. Oh, look, there's burning stuff. Oh, I thought that was the news. I wonder where that's at. I don't think that's Portland, but you can see in the video up top on the left at Portland, there are definitely thousands and thousands of people still in the street in Portland being completely peaceful. I don't know what the fire is. I have no idea yet. We'll figure it out here momentarily. And they look happy. They look so beautiful. We've seen them dancing, right? They look like it's such a beautiful thing. I don't know how you guys can see anything except for this beautiful event where people are dancing and smiling and being completely peaceful and so fucking brave. I don't know what's going on with fire. Where's that fire at, Craig? You know?
I don't know. I have to look.
I don't see it anywhere near the protesters, so I don't know what it is that they're looking at. I mean, if you look at the Seattle cameras, you can't see a fire anywhere except for this one in the bottom. Yeah, there's not enough cops on the street in Portland, from what I'm seeing, for them to launch tear gas onto those people, because those people can just fucking, trample those cops if there's just only fucking that many of them. So I think Portland is not going to do tear gas tonight. Pretty sure. I don't see the National Guard all lined up behind the police there. I got no idea what's on fire there in Seattle. I can't tell. I can't really sit. But you can see the real protesters. They're all there together. There's no fires. There's no nothing. They're just happy, chill people. You see where this fire is at? There are no people. Alright? These are just fucking idiots. Where the protesters are, there is nothing like that to be seen. You can see off in the distance. There is nothing. So, and the Portland people look very, very chill too. Just a sea of chill people. Well, we'll wait another minute here or two. I'm not quite done. Almost done. Give it another minute. All right. Well, I guess we're pretty good here. We got no callers. Craig, are you gonna leave this live stream up if we kick off here? Craig? Craig! Are you gonna leave this live stream running if we quit here? Okay.
I can put a link in the chat in a minute. Let me go over if you're ready to wrap up, because like I say, you've got enough calls right now, and I got to get up pretty early anyway. But I'm trying to figure out what's going on with that fire. That's a Periscope feed.
Yeah.
It says PERI on it.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna search that guy and see if I can bring that up full screen for us. So I can't find the full link. I'm getting that off of the other feed right now.
Okay, you can go ahead and do that. But there's not. I mean, there's not a lot of people there. But that would be good to see what's better shot of what's going on if you can.
We have EMT on scene.
All right. So Craig's gonna keep the live stream going here, in case anything does happen. He has a second channel set up for this. We just won't be taking telephone calls over there. And but first he's looking to find out what's going on with this fire. So in case we decide to go ahead and call it a night, we won't. We'll keep the live feeds going if you want to keep watching them. But for now, we're going to stick around for just a minute. Craig's looking for this fire. He's looking for a better video of the fire so we can figure out where it's at and what's going on there. Let's see. And, let's see. But as you can see, another peaceful night of protest. Nationwide, really. I don't see any violence, and all I see on the media is these complaints about, again, this violent protest. Okay, you guys watch, you guys see. That's not what's happening. It's not anything like that. So don't let the you know, the mainstream media mind control, mind fuck your brain so bad that you're not able to figure things out for yourself and see that those people aren't carrying fucking televisions. You know, They're not there to cause problems. But I am here to eat burritos. Let's see. I think we're pretty good here. I really do. I don't see a problem, which is so awesome. I am so glad that we don't see a problem. Seeing a problem sucks. It just sucks that there's this zero respect for these beautiful people. Are you still looking for that video? Okay. Oh, okay. You got something? Yeah, oh, can you tell where it's at? Must be Capitol Hill, right? Whatever it was, it looks like it's done, right? Weird. Well, it obviously isn't trying to set something out of control on fire. You know, again, these people are just not looking for trouble. Okay? So, act accordingly, please. I'm gonna call it a night. I'm gonna go get some food. There's no callers. We'll be back tomorrow, same Mox time. We do this every Monday through Friday at 7 p.m. Pacific time. So we'll be back tomorrow, same Mox time, same Mox channel. Craig gonna put a URL up in the chat so you can go over to the other channel, the other Mox channel, where this live coverage of all these protests will continue to stream for the next 2 hours or so, and that way, in case you want to continue to watch, just in case something happens, we'll keep documenting it and keep capturing it so that we know if anything goes down. But it looks pretty peaceful, and I don't think we're going to have a problem here, which is awesome. I'm really glad to be able to say that. So, we'll be back tomorrow. Same Mox time, same Mox channel. Craig, you got a URL you're going to give those people? Until then, I hope that things are good where you are. Okay? I hope that things are good where you are. You know, that you're not worried about ridiculous stuff. Because it's not necessary and it doesn't help. And if you subscribe to that channel, then you'll always know if there's Craig posts videos there from time to time of different things. So if you want, it would be a good plan to subscribe to that channel. Otherwise, Craig has this same stream going live over there right now. You can go check it out. And we'll be back tomorrow, same Mox time, same Mox channel. Until then, stay cool, because one of these days, this war is going to end. It has to end. I have to believe that one day it has to end.
No matter which mouth you feed on a two-headed snake, it still shits the same turd. But lucky for you, you have Mox News. More than 10 years. More than 60,000 videos. Mox News has been filtering the nonsense and illuminating the bullshit from your mainstream media. Turn off your TV and turn on to Mox News. For over a decade, documenting the socio-political events that have etched and carved the pathways that define today's modern mess, Mox News has been providing clarity while faithfully bringing you today's relevant stories 100% commercial-free and subscription-free. And just like Lady Liberty vows to remain free. But at this time, we're asking you for your help, your patronage, and your support to keep the lights on and the videos rolling. For less than 17 cents per day, you can become a basic subscriber, knowing that your donation is truly making a difference that will help continue bringing the news stories that make a difference in your life. Turn on, tune in, and drop a couple dimes today by clicking the link below or visiting moxnews.com and show your support at any level. From a single one-time donation or dedicated monthly subscriber, do it now in less than 2 minutes. All donations are safe, securely processed, and verified using PayPal, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, or Discover Card. As always, we're sure you'll find something of interest each and every day. This holiday season, give the gift of Mox. moxnews.com.